Chapter 124. In the Fong family mansion. Unlike the Li family, the Fong family was decorated with lanterns and streamers. It was as lively as the new year. In the Fong family hall, a thin old man in his 70s sat at the head of the table and enjoyed the respectful gazes of the Fong family's higher-ups. Second grandfather, you've helped our Fong family take revenge this time. Ever since the grand elder went missing, the Li and Chan families have been oppressing our Fong family. More than half of our Fong family's market has been taken over by them. Now that you've returned, we've taken back everything. The patriarch of the Fong family, Fong Yi, looked at the old man at the head of the table with a face full of smiles. Now that Li Hua is dead, the Li family has no one to rely on. Once we reorganize the businesses we took back, we can annex the Li family's market as well. A Fong family elder said with a smile. That's right. Even if we do that, the Chun family won't dare to make a single fart. Chun family? That Chun family originally wanted to help the Li family. But after seeing the second master's strength, didn't they become terrified? They watched as Li Hua was killed by the second master, and didn't even dare to make a single fart. That's right, I still remember the appearance of the Chun family's grand elder, Chan Kuan, at that time. He wanted to make a move but didn't dare to. I'm dying of laughter. All the Fong family elders flattered the old man sitting at the head of the table. The old man's gaze turned cold as he slowly said, if that Chan Kuan really dared to make a move, I would have killed him as well. However, our Fong family suffered a great loss because we didn't get the formula for the miraculous medicinal liquid. Did you find out where that Li Hua got the formula? The old man looked at Fong Yi and asked. No. Fong Yi shook his head. However, we can be sure of one thing. He only got the prescription 2 years ago. Even a useless member of the Li family who doesn't share the same surname rose to the sky because of that medicinal liquid. Our Fong family was completely wiped out. It's a pity that that little bastard went to the Li family. Otherwise, I would definitely make him wish he was dead. A cold glint flashed in Fong Yi's eyes. I heard about it too. That little bastard really deserves to die. The old man's eyes turned cold. Patriarch. At this moment, a flustered figure rushed into the Fong family hall. This was a young man from the Fong family. His face was pale, and his entire body was trembling. He was terrified to the extreme. Who let you barge in? Fong Yi's face darkened. What happened? The old man sat at the head of the table, his gaze falling on the young disciple. Second master, clan head, 2 people have broken into our Fong family's residence. They're currently charging towards the main hall. Many of our Fong family's members have died. The young disciple's voice was trembling. What? The expressions of the Fong family's higher-ups in the main hall all went pale. Let's go. I want to see who dares to be presumptuous in my Fong family's residence. The old man flew out. The upper echelons of the Fong family, under the patriarch Fong Yi, followed closely behind. As soon as Duan Lingtian brought Xiong Quan into the Fong family's residence, he drew out his violet myrtle flexible sword and started a massacre. As long as it was a member of the Fong family, he would kill them on sight. Xiong Quan followed behind Duan Lingtian. Every time the 3-foot-long blade in his hand flashed, a life would wither away. Whoosh! The violet myrtle flexible sword in Duan Lingtian's hand shook, and another member of the Fong family died under his sword. His face and clothes were already soaked with blood. Wherever he went, blood would flow like a river, killing a person every 10 steps, leaving no trace for 1,000 miles. Now these words couldn't be more suitable to be used on Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian didn't know how many people he had killed. His gaze was incomparably cold. As far as he was concerned, no matter how many members of the Fong family died, they couldn't compare to Grand Elder Li Hua. Now, he was wantonly slaughtering for the sake of comforting Grand Elder's soul in heaven. Whoosh! 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 Oh! The violet sword light and azure sword light were like the scythe of the god of death. Every time they struck, a member of the Fong family would fall. Waves of terrified cries sounded out from all around. Finally, no more members of the Fong family dared to approach, and they all stood in the distance with terrified expressions. It's Duan Lingtian. Someone recognized Duan Lingtian. It's really him. Oh my god. There are actually 9 ancient mammoth silhouettes above him. Doesn't that mean his strength is even stronger than the patriarch's? Impossible. He's only 17 this year. One by one, the members of the Fong family were terrified. Duan Lingtian, it's you. An enraged explosive shout sounded out from afar. Duan Lingtian's forward footsteps slowly came to a stop, and his cold eyes returned to normal as well. The main character had finally appeared. Xiong Quan sheathed his sword and stood ramrod straight behind Duan Lingtian, as if he was a guardian god. Duan Lingtian glanced over. An old man with a thin figure and eyes that flickered with a bright light took the lead and walked over to confront him. The patriarch of the Fong family, Fong Yi, and the group of Fong family elders followed closely behind. Presently, the expressions of all the members of the Fong family were extremely gloomy. The one who shouted out explosively was precisely Fong Yi. "You're Duan Lingtian?" Duan Lingtian's gaze was calm when faced with the old man's cold question. "Yes, I'm Duan Lingtian. Looks like you ought to be that old bastard from the Fong family. Then do you know that you're courting death?" Killing intent shot out from the old man's eyes. "Courting death?" Duan Lingtian laughed. "Old fellow, you're so confident? Presumptuous. Duan Lingtian, you actually dare be rude to my second grandfather. I'll kill you." Fong Yi's face sank as he shouted out explosively, transforming into a gust of wind that flashed towards Duan Lingtian. "Then let's see if you have the ability." The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a sneer as he looked at the 8 ancient mammoth silhouettes above him as Fong Yi flew over. In terms of strength, even if he didn't use a spirit weapon, this Fong Yi was still inferior to him by the strength of an ancient mammoth. In terms of martial skill, this Fong Yi couldn't catch up to him. Die! Fong Yi arrived before Duan Lingtian in the blink of an eye, and with an explosive shout, his palm smashed down as if it had transformed into a cattail leaf fan. Duan Lingtian moved. The strength of 9 ancient mammoths exploded out. Spirit serpent movement technique. In an instant, Duan Lingtian circled behind Fong Yi. Xiao! A violet sword light flashed past, and Fong Yi's head directly flew off. His body that was charging forward was fiercely flung away, and a pillar of blood spurted out, emitting traces of hot air. Fong Yi was completely unable to keep up with Duan Lingtian's speed. Their strengths were simply not on the same level. The Fong family's higher-ups, including the gaunt old man, were all dumbstruck. Patriarch, the distant Fong family disciples were all terrified. This Duan Lingtian was simply monstrous. Killing their Fong family's patriarch with only a single sword strike, too terrifying. Patriarch! The Fong family elders reacted and cried out sorrowfully. Their gazes towards Duan Lingtian were filled with fear and disbelief. It was extremely difficult for them to imagine how it was possible for Duan Lingtian to possess such terrifying strength since Duan Lingtian left Fresh Breeze Town less than 2 years ago. The strength of 9 ancient mammoths. Not a single one of them was able to compare to it. Ear. The gaunt old man's face was livid, and he burst into rage. His cold and indifferent gaze seemed to be able to freeze Duan Lingtian. "Little bastard. I'll use your blood as an offering to Er's soul in heaven." "Old man, do all of you Fong family members like to boast?" Duan Lingtian laughed, and a wisp of coldness appeared on the corners of his mouth. Duan Lingtian. Meanwhile, the higher-ups of the Li family had arrived. When they saw the corpse of the Fong family's patriarch, Fong Yi, a trace of excitement flashed within their eyes. "Today, none of you Li family members can think of leaving." The old man took a step forward, and his body was suffused with origin energy. Above him, 30 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. Second level of the origin core stage. The expressions of the higher-ups of the Li family didn't change, and a wisp of resolution appeared within their eyes. Take revenge for the Grand Elder. Fight. Even if they die in battle, they have no fear. But right at this moment, an abrupt voice sounded out, causing them to be stunned. "Is the second level of the origin core stage very awesome?" Duan Lingtian looked at the old man and sneered. "You'll know once you try." The old man sneered, and his eyes emitted a trace of insanity. At this moment, he'd already thrown the Aurora City's Li family to the back of his mind, and he had no scruples. "Xiong Quan, I'll give you 3 breaths of time to kill him." Duan Lingtian took a step back and spoke indifferently. 3 breaths of time? Under the gazes of everyone present, Xiong Quan, who stood behind Duan Lingtian, took a step forward and confronted the old man. Master, you're underestimating me too much. He'll surely die within a breath of time. Everyone present was completely dumbstruck. No matter if it was a member of the Li family or a member of the Fong family, originally, they were already shocked when Duan Lingtian asked this middle-aged man to kill the old man within 3 breaths of time. Now what did this middle-aged man say? Within a breath of time? Was it possible? A breath of time? The old man laughed from extreme anger. Junior, let me see how you can within a breath of time. The old man didn't finish speaking, because it was impossible for him to open his mouth again in this lifetime. Whoosh! Everyone only felt a flash before their eyes, and the middle-aged man who spoke arrogantly earlier had already vanished on the spot, and instantly appeared before the old man. It was like teleportation. Whoosh! An azure sword light that was swift to the extreme flashed past, and the old man's head flew up, and the remnants of his body that spurted out a pillar of blood crashed onto the ground. He followed in the footsteps of the Fong family's patriarch, Fong Yi. The old man's head flew into the distance, and his eyes that were wide open in death just happened to face everyone present. Xiong Quan, you did well. Duan Lingtian nodded his head in satisfaction, and a trace of a sneer appeared in his heart. Who did this old bastard from the Fong family think he was? Calling Xiong Quan, the former protector of the Boundless sect, a junior? Thank you for your praise, master, Xiong Quan said respectfully. The members of the Fong family were stupefied, and the members of the Li family were stupefied. They only felt their scalps go numb. Who exactly was this servant of Duan Lingtian? Second master. The elders of the Fong family came back to their senses, and their expressions changed one after another. They were completely terrified. Kill. The patriarch of the Li family, Li Nanfeng, was the first to react, and his figure moved, pouncing towards the elders of the Fong family. The elders of the Li family also charged forward. The elders of the Fong family only glanced at Xiong Quan, and then they no longer had the will to fight, and fled in all directions in panic. Xiong Quan, go help the patriarch and the others, Duan Lingtian ordered. Yes, master. Xiong Quan's figure moved and he flew out. With his help, the higher-ups of the Li family quickly slaughtered all the higher-ups of the Fong family. Chapter 125. Duan Lingtian knew that Grand Elder Li Hua's death caused the grief of the patriarch and the other elders to be no less than his own. Now they finally had a chance to vent. Let them vent to their heart's content. Grand Elder, you should be able to rest in peace. After today, the Fong family will cease to exist. Duan Lingtian raised his head to look at the sky as flowing lights flashed within his eyes. Before long, the Li family's patriarch, Li Nanfeng, and all the Li family elders were covered in blood. Of course, this was the blood of the Fong family elders. Duan Lingtian, thank you. Before long, Li Nanfeng led all the Li family elders to deeply bow to Duan Lingtian. This was gratitude that came from the bottom of their hearts. If it wasn't for Duan Lingtian, it would be impossible for them to take revenge for the Grand Elder. Patriarch, I'm a member of the Li family as well. Duan Lingtian's words made his position clear. Haha. Good. Ninth Elder having a good son is the fortune of my Li family. Li Nanfeng laughed heartily and was extremely excited. The gazes of the Li family elders unknowingly descended onto Xiong Quan, who stood respectfully behind Duan Lingtian. Now they finally understood why Duan Lingtian had the confidence to say those words about annihilating the Fong family. So it was because of the servant by his side. When Duan Lingtian's servant killed the Fong family's old fellow, they all saw the 40 ancient mammoth silhouettes that appeared above him, causing them to feel a wave of fear. Third-level Origin Core Stage Expert. If they were to know that the current Xiong Quan was actually in existence at the 9th level of the Origin Core Stage, and had only used 1/3 of his strength earlier, it was unknown what their expressions would be. The death of all the Fong family higher-ups represented the decline of the Fong family. The Fong family had become the history of Fresh Breeze Town. Just as the Li family was preparing for the funeral of Grand Elder Li Hua, this shocking news spread throughout Fresh Breeze Town like a hurricane. The Li family, who had been at a disadvantage just a moment ago, suddenly made a shocking counterattack and uprooted the Fong family. The Feng family is gone just like that. Could it be that the main branch of the Li family, the Aurora City's Li family, is here? That's impossible. Unless our Fresh Breeze Town's Li family is facing a calamity of annihilation, the Li family of Aurora City should not make a move. Do you really not know the reason? Could it be that you know? Of course. Let's hear it. Heh, I heard it from a brother of mine from the Li family. Supposedly, Duan Lingtian returned and brought back a servant. That servant of his killed the supreme elder of the Feng family, an existence at the second level of the origin core stage within a breath of time. Duan Lingtian's servant? This is too exaggerated. Fresh Breeze Town was in an uproar, and similar discussions could be heard everywhere. Deep into the night, the Li family's audience hall was brightly lit. The group of Li family higher-ups sat in a circle, eating and drinking together. The person who sat at the head wasn't Li Nanfeng, but Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was somewhat forced to do something beyond his ability. He refused repeatedly but to no avail, so he sat down as well. He had always been a casual person. Actually, if Duan Lingtian didn't sit at the head of the table, the Li family higher-ups would surely be restless. Xiong Quan, who stood behind Duan Lingtian, was so conspicuous. This was an origin core stage powerhouse. Sir, sit down as well. Li Nanfeng looked at Xiong Quan as he spoke respectfully. Although Xiong Quan was only Duan Lingtian's servant, Xiong Quan's strength caused him to feel reverence from the bottom of his heart. This time, if it wasn't for Xiong Quan, it would have been impossible for him to take revenge for the Grand Elder. However, Xiong Quan remained indifferent. Li Nanfeng looked at Duan Lingtian with slight embarrassment. Xiong Quan, sit down. Duan Lingtian spoke. Yes, master. Xiong Quan sat down at the side. After a meal, the higher-ups of the Fresh Breeze Town's Li family found out about what happened after Duan Lingtian went to the Li family in Aurora City. They couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Gold, no matter where it went, would always shine brightly. This saying wasn't false in the slightest. The #1 person on the Hidden Dragon ranking had passed the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp test and obtained the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy. Duan Lingtian's accomplishments caused Li Nanfeng and the others to be indescribably shocked. Haha, I didn't expect that our branch family Li family would be able to produce such a great figure. Sixth Elder Li Ping laughed heartily as he raised his wine cup and toasted Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, there were some unpleasant matters between us in the past. Today I solemnly apologize to you. Li Ping had once colluded with the deceased 7th Elder, Li Kuan, and made things difficult for Duan Lingtian at every turn. Now that he thought about it, his heart was filled with regret. 6th Elder, you're too courteous. At that time the Feng family's manager Feng Chong made a move against me, and you lent a helping hand. From that moment onwards, the gap between me and 6th Elder completely disappeared. Duan Lingtian returned the toast with a light smile. That was because I was too narrow-minded, so I'll punish myself with a cup. Li Ping poured another cup for himself and downed it in one gulp. Duan Lingtian, once you leave, who knows when you'll be able to return in the future? 5th Elder Li Ting sighed. The other elders also agreed with him. Elders, no matter when I, Duan Lingtian, will always remember that I'm a disciple of the Fresh Breeze Town's Li family. When I return this time, I'll ask the Patriarch for a favor and ask him to properly take care of the Fresh Breeze Town's Li family. Duan Lingtian slowly said. When the higher-ups of the Li family heard this, their gazes abruptly lit up. They knew that Duan Lingtian, who had obtained the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy, was already worthy of the Patriarch's full effort to rope him in. Their Patriarch would absolutely not refuse Duan Lingtian's request. Duan Lingtian, I won't say any polite words. The Fresh Breeze Town's Li family will always be your home. Whenever you're tired and want to come back, you can come back at any time. The door here will always be open for you. Li Nanfeng took a deep breath, raised his wine cup, and downed it in one gulp. Definitely. Duan Lingtian solemnly nodded his head. That night, Duan Lingtian returned to the courtyard where he used to live. The courtyard was very clean, and the rooms were also very tidy. Obviously, there were people who usually cleaned the place. Boss, it was the Grand Elder who ordered people to clean your house. He said that there would be a day when you would return. Unfortunately, The Grand Elder won't be able to see you return. Little Fatty followed behind Duan Lingtian and sighed. Grand Elder. Duan Lingtian was originally wondering who would be so considerate, but he didn't expect that it would be that old man. His heart slightly trembled. Grand Elder, don't worry. I promise you, as long as I, Duan Lingtian, am here, the Li family that you've dedicated your entire life to will never collapse. Duan Lingtian glanced at the night sky that was filled with dazzling stars as he secretly swore. Grand Elder Li Hua, as a grade 9 alchemist, could have gone to the main clan and become an elder of the medicine department. However, he didn't do so. In his entire life, he lived for the Li family of Fresh Breeze Town's branch clan, and he never complained. In Duan Lingtian's heart, the Grand Elder was an elder worthy of respect. Go get 2 jugs of wine and have a drink with me, Duan Lingtian said to Little Fatty. Okay. Little Fatty hurriedly nodded his head and eagerly left. Just as he drank with Little Fatty Li Xian for a while, Duan Lingtian welcomed an uninvited guest. Chun Mei Er, the daughter of the Chun family's patriarch, came alone. Duan Lingtian frowned. Miss Chun, are you here to look for me? Duan Lingtian, I'm here to apologize to you on behalf of my father and Grand Elder. Chun Mei Er's face was slightly bitter. She didn't expect that the youth from before would have grown to such an extent. She was destined to only be able to look up to him in this lifetime, watching him walk further and further away. Apologize to me? Duan Lingtian laughed. Apologize to me for what? If it's only for this, then Miss Mei Er, I won't send you off, please. He'd heard of the Chun family's reaction when the Li family was facing a crisis. Needless to say, he really loathed the Chun family now. You! Chun Mei Er was exasperated and wanted to get angry, but she inadvertently saw Xiong Quan standing behind Duan Lingtian. Xiong Quan was coldly staring at her, causing her face to go pale from fright. If she didn't guess wrongly, this person should be the origin core stage expert that caused a stir in Fresh Breeze Town today. He was also Duan Lingtian's servant. Duan Lingtian, my father and Grand Elder, originally wanted to help the Li family, but who knew that the Fong family's ancestor was really too strong. If our Chun family interferes, we'll definitely suffer a calamity. My father and Grand Elder's choice was also for the sake of the Chun family. Our Chun family isn't like your Li family that has the protection of the main family. Chun Mei Er explained. Miss Mei Er, I think you've really misunderstood. I have nothing to do with your Chun family, and the Li family also has nothing to do with your Chun family. No matter what you choose, it has nothing to do with me or the Li family. Xiong Quan, send the guests off. Duan Lingtian coldly swept Chun Mei Er with his gaze, then picked up his wine cup and looked towards Little Fatty. Li Xian, let's continue. Take this wine as a farewell for me. Next time we brothers don't know when we'll be able to meet again. Boss, I'll definitely work hard in my cultivation and go find you in the Imperial City in the future. Li Xian said seriously. Then you have to work hard. Duan Lingtian smiled. Miss Chun, please. Xiong Quan stood in front of Chun Mei Er, causing her face to go pale with fright as she walked out in panic. Before she left, she didn't forget to turn around and glance at Duan Lingtian. But she noticed that from the beginning to the end, Duan Lingtian didn't even look at her. Father, Grand Elder, your choice has completely cut off our Chun family's connection with him and the Li family. Chun Mei Er came with hope, but left with disappointment. Li Xian, I'll leave Fresh Breeze Town early in the morning tomorrow, so I probably won't have to say goodbye to the Patriarch. Tell the Patriarch that in the future, someone will deliver the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid to his door every once in a while, so he doesn't have to worry. Duan Lingtian said to Li Xian. The tragedy of Grand Elder Li Hua made him realize that he couldn't let the Li family of Fresh Breeze Town have the formula for the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid. Otherwise, it would bring disaster to the Li family of Fresh Breeze Town. He had a plan in his heart. After returning to Aurora City, he would find Tang Ying and ask her to deliver a batch of 6 treasures body-tempering liquid to the Li family of Fresh Breeze Town every once in a while. Chapter 126. The next morning. At dawn, Duan Lingtian left Fresh Breeze Town with Xiong Quan and rushed back to Aurora City at noon. After first going to find Tang Ying and sending Xiong Quan back to the inn, Duan Lingtian directly returned home. Tian, how's the matter going? Li Ro impatiently asked as soon as Duan Lingtian arrived home. She understood her son. Since he was so confident yesterday, he surely had a way to deal with it, so she wasn't worried. However, she was still puzzled. How did her son deal with the Fong family's origin core martial artist? Mom, it's all been dealt with. The Fresh Breeze Town Fong family no longer exists. The Grand Elder can rest in peace in the netherworld. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile on his face. Li Ro was slightly moved. The Fong family was uprooted? She suddenly felt that her son was even more mysterious. Duan Lingtian asked again. Mom, where's Kerr? She should still be cultivating. Li Ro shook her head and sighed. Kerr, that little girl, has been working extremely hard during the time you left. She's even cultivated to the 5th level of the core formation stage now. But she seems to be unsatisfied and still cultivates very hard. I think she hopes to be able to help you in the future. Kerr, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a trace of a gentle flowing light, and his heart slightly trembled. What a silly little girl. Mom, I have some matters to attend to and won't be back for lunch. Duan Lingtian informed Li Ro. He would be leaving early in the morning tomorrow, so he planned to bid farewell to the few friends he had in Aurora City. After leaving the Li family estate, Duan Lingtian went to the Xiao clan. When he arrived at the Xiao clan estate, Duan Lingtian saw Xiao Yu and Luo Shi. To his surprise, the Lin clans Lin Zhua and Lin Qi were actually present as well. Duan Lingtian, you're so mean. You didn't even ask me for a drink when you came back. When Lin Qi saw Duan Lingtian, he deliberately put on a stern face. I just came back the day before yesterday. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He didn't expect to see Lin Qi and his brother here. There was no need to go to the Lin clan to bid farewell to them. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian said, I was just about to look for you two brothers and Xiao Yu to have a meal together. I'll be leaving early in the morning tomorrow, so take it as my farewell to all of you. Leaving tomorrow? Lin Zhua and Lin Qi were both surprised. Xiao Yu wasn't too surprised. Since Duan Lingtian planned to bring his family to the Imperial City, he would definitely have to leave half a year in advance. The speed of a carriage was far slower than that of a horse. Little Qian, come along as well. Duan Lingtian looked at Luo Qian. Luo Qian lightly nodded in an extremely obedient manner. We'll go as well. Just at this moment, two beautiful figures slowly walked over from afar. It was precisely Xiao Yu's sister, Xiao Lan, and the daughter of the Xiao clan's patriarch, Xiao Yun. The one who spoke was precisely Xiao Yun. After not seeing each other for nearly 2 years, the immaturity on Xiao Lan's face had faded quite a bit. She seemed even more otherworldly, like a living fairy that had fallen into the mortal world. As for Xiao Yun, although her charm wasn't as good as Xiao Lan's, she had matured quite a bit and lost some of her drive. With so many people, I still don't know if I have enough silver. Duan Lingtian joked. Actually, with the wealth in his spatial ring, even if he ate in the best restaurant in Aurora City for 100 years, it wouldn't be enough. Back then, when he inscribed the Blood Crescent inscription for Tang Ying, Duan Lingtian had already earned a few million silver. In addition to the profits from the 6 treasures body tempering liquid that Kerr had given him over the past year, there was also the 2 million silver that the Li clan's patriarch, Li Ao, had given him. As of now, the wealth in Duan Lingtian's spatial ring was over 9 million silver, close to 10 million silver. Don't worry, this meal is on me. Xiao Yu and Lin Zhua practically spoke at the same time. Just kidding. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. I still have this bit of silver. Duan Lingtian's group quickly left the Xiao clan estate and entered Aurora City. On the way, Duan Lingtian faintly noticed that Xiao Lan's flickering gaze would occasionally fall on him, causing him to be stunned. This Xiao Lan couldn't have fallen for me, right? Maybe I'm thinking too much. Duan Lingtian himself felt that it was an exaggeration, so he shook his head and laughed in self-ridicule. Xiao Lan, the granddaughter of the Xiao clan's supreme elder. She had an appearance that could topple the world and was like a celestial fairy. Within Aurora City, countless men had bowed down to her, but she didn't even spare them a glance. How could she so easily fall for someone? Within the restaurant, the group of people sat together in a circle, and it was extremely lively. Duan Lingtian, you were right. Lin Qi suddenly looked at Duan Lingtian and said seriously. At this moment, He couldn't help but recall what Duan Lingtian had said to him in this very restaurant. My ambition isn't within the Crimson Sky Kingdom. With Duan Lingtian's current accomplishments, he would soon be able to enter the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Paladin Academy, which had a special status. With Paladin Academy as a springboard, he was bound to walk even higher and further. All of this wasn't something that could be obtained by joining the Violet Tulip Trading Company. You can do it too. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled. What are the two of you talking about? Xiao Yun's beautiful eyebrows knit together. She didn't understand the conversation between Duan Lingtian and Lin Qi. Actually, it wasn't only her who didn't understand. Even Xiao Yu and the others were completely unable to make heads or tails of it. They completely didn't know what the baffling conversation between Duan Lingtian and Lin Qi meant. Nothing. Lin Qi shook his head, but a trace of firmness flashed within his eyes, as if he had made some sort of decision. Forget it if you don't want to say it. Xiao Yun curled her lips in disdain. The group of people chatted and laughed, and unknowingly they talked about the Iron Blood Army's genius camp, about Meng Quan and Lo Cheng. When Lo Cheng was mentioned, Luo Shi couldn't help but feel sad. Luckily, Xiao Lan and Xiao Yun, who treated her like sisters, comforted her. Seeing this scene, Duan Lingtian felt relieved. It looked like Luo Shi had completely integrated into the Xiao clan. With Xiao Lan and Xiao Yun taking care of her, there was no need to worry that she would suffer in the Xiao clan. Meng Quan. What a pity. Lin Zhua sighed. Back then, Meng Quan was so high-spirited at the genius gathering. Now he was gone just like that. Yeah, who would have thought that he would have such an ending? Xiao Yu sighed, however. I finally helped him fulfill his wish. He should rest in peace in the underworld. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed, and his gaze was extremely complicated. No matter what, you and Duan Lingtian have escaped death this time. It's worth celebrating. Lin Qi changed the topic and raised his cup. Come, cheers. Duan Lingtian, congratulations. Xiao Lan also raised her cup and looked at Duan Lingtian. Her beautiful face without any makeup, but still capable of causing the downfall of a nation, revealed a hint of shyness. Duan Lingtian was startled. This Xiao Lan couldn't have really fallen for me, right? Xiao Yu also noticed this scene. As Xiao Lan's twin brother, how could he not see through his younger sister's thoughts? Little sister, are you really willing to share this man with other women? Xiao Yu sighed in his heart. With his understanding of Duan Lingtian, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to abandon the two women by his side, whose looks were not inferior to his younger sister's. Come drink. Duan Lingtian raised his cup and no longer let his imagination run wild. Let's leave everything to fate. Everyone ate, drank, and chatted for the entire afternoon before leaving the restaurant. Xiao Yu, I'll wait for you in the Imperial City. Before parting, Duan Lingtian said to Xiao Yu, don't say it so early. There's only one road from our Aurora City to the Imperial City. Who knows, I might be able to catch up to you. Xiao Yu smiled. Duan Lingtian thought about it and agreed. They were using a carriage to lead the way, while Xiao Yu was using a fast horse. The speed of the two couldn't be compared at all. Then I'll wait for you to catch up. Duan Lingtian smiled. After sending them off with his gaze, he went to the market and bought a large pile of medicinal ingredients for the origin-increasing pill before returning to the Li family estate. On the way home, Duan Lingtian bumped into an acquaintance. It was completely out of his expectations. Duan Lingtian. Li Shishir looked at Duan Lingtian with a somewhat evasive and panicked gaze. Long time no see. Duan Lingtian smiled at Li Shishir. Although he didn't approve of Li Shishir's actions in the past, there was nothing between him and Li Shishir, so he didn't mind. Without love, how could there be hate? Li Shishir was destined to be a passerby in his life. I heard that you're leaving tomorrow? Li Shishir asked softly. Her gaze was very complicated. The youth who had just arrived at the Li family estate had now grown to a level that she couldn't hope to reach. In her heart there was only regret, but she also understood that she couldn't be as close to Duan Lingtian as before. She had shattered all of this with her own hands. I'll be leaving tomorrow morning. See you later. Duan Lingtian nodded. After bidding farewell to Li Shishir, he left. Looking at Duan Lingtian's departing figure, Li Shishir faintly sighed. She lightly bit her white teeth and her delicate body slightly trembled. Like a wild flower swaying in the wind, She stood there alone, without anyone to rely on. That night, Duan Lingtian's family and Li Fei's family once again gathered together for dinner. It could also be considered as bidding farewell to Li Fei's grandfather, Li De. "Grandfather, why don't you come with us?" Li Fei still wanted to persuade her grandfather. "Fei, don't force grandfather. Grandfather has stayed in the Li family for most of my life. My roots are here. In the future, if you want to see grandfather, you can come back anytime. Don't worry, grandfather's body is fine. I'll definitely be able to hold your and Ling Tian's child." As the old man finished speaking, his face was full of smiles. It was as if he could already see the scene of Duan Lingtian and Li Fei having a house full of children and grandchildren. "Grandfather, what are you talking about? Who wants to have a child with him?" Li Fei lowered her head shyly. She was bewitching. Swallow Mountain County, County City. Even in the county city, the Yu clan was a large clan that could be ranked in the top. Outside the Yu clan estate, a person galloped over on a horse. After dismounting, he dashed in. "Father, big brother is dead." The person who had just returned was precisely Yu Xiang. After Duan Lingtian left Iron Blood City, Yu Xiang finally mustered up the courage to leave. He spurred his horse on and rushed back to the Yu clan. What? Yu Xiang's father was the second elder of the Yu clan. He was also the younger brother of the Yu clan's patriarch. Chapter 127. At dawn the next day, Duan Lingtian's family departed. The Li clan's patriarch, Li Ao, had specially prepared a large carriage for Duan Lingtian, and it was pulled by 5 strong and tall horses. On the way out of Aurora City, it attracted the gazes of many people. Where did this great figure come from? He's actually riding such an exaggerated carriage. Didn't you see the Li clan crest carved on the side of the carriage? Could it be that the Li clan's patriarch is inside? Ignorant and inexperienced. It's Duan Lingtian inside. He's preparing to depart for the imperial city. Could it be that you've all forgotten that Duan Lingtian and the Shao clan Shao Yu both passed the genius camps training and obtained the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy? He's leaving so early? Since he's riding a carriage, he naturally has to leave early. We're very far from the imperial city. This Duan Lingtian is only 17 this year. I'm sure that he'll surely become a great figure of our Crimson Sky Kingdom in the future. Nonsense. Who doesn't know this? The gazes of the Aurora City residents that stood by the roadside and gazed at the departing carriage from afar emitted reverence. They only recovered from their shock when the carriage disappeared before their eyes. They felt proud that a figure like Duan Lingtian had appeared in Aurora City. As a carriage pulled by 5 tall horses, the interior of the carriage was spacious and luxurious. 2 beds covered in top-quality mink fur were separated into 2 sides, and there was even a small table in the middle that was filled with fresh fruits and snacks. The carriage the patriarch prepared isn't bad. Duan Lingtian lazily lay on the soft bed, and his face revealed a satisfied smile. He could imagine that Patriarch Li Ao had certainly spent a lot of effort for this carriage. Of course, I heard that the patriarch ordered the craftsman to spend 2 days and 2 nights to rush this carriage. As Li Fei spoke, she touched the mink fur on the bed and sighed with emotion. Just these top-quality mink furs are probably worth hundreds of thousands of silver. Li Rou sat on the edge of the other bed, looking at Duan Lingtian, smiling faintly as she said, "Family leader is really considerate. Tun'er, you must remember this favor of the family leader." "Mother, I know." Duan Lingtian was lying comfortably on the bed with his legs crossed and swaying gently. He was extremely satisfied. "Young master, where did you find our coachman? Why did he call you master?" Ker's eyes curved like 2 crescent moons as she asked Duan Lingtian softly. Li Fei and Li Rou also looked at Duan Lingtian. They both realized that the middle-aged coachman who was driving them was not simple. He was wearing a mask and had a cold and extraordinary appearance. He was definitely not an ordinary coachman, Ker. He is not a coachman. He is my servant. Duan Lingtian corrected, and then he said with a smile, "When the time comes when you marry me, he'll have to address you respectfully as mistress." Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Ker was so embarrassed that her face turned red. She was speechless. "Scoundrel, you're bullying little sister Ker again." Li Fei stretched out her slender jade-like hands and pinched the flesh on Duan Lingtian's waist, twisting it slightly. Little Fei, are you trying to murder your husband? Duan Lingtian cried out in pain. He stretched out his hands and pulled Li Fei into his arms, slapping her sexy butt. Pa! Li Fei's sensitive body trembled. She realized that Li Ro and Kerr were also present. Her face turned red as if blood was about to drip out. She was so embarrassed that she sat to the side, not daring to bully Duan Lingtian anymore. Don't pay attention to the occasion. Li Ro lightly coughed and shook her head helplessly. Yes, mother. Duan Lingtian laughed slyly and was slightly embarrassed. Only now did he remember that his mother was still sitting opposite him. On the way to the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city, Duan Lingtian's group would take a short rest if they passed by a town before continuing on their way. The speed of this carriage far surpassed ordinary carriages, so there was no rush in terms of time. Unknowingly, 2 months had passed. Xiong Quan became more and more familiar with driving the carriage. As a former guardian of the Boundless sect, it was the first time in his life that Xiong Quan was acting as a coachman. However, he didn't dare complain, as his life was in the hands of the violet-clothed youth within the carriage. Swallow Mountain County, County City. Giddy up! Accompanied by a loud shout, a Fergana horse that was completely drenched in blood dashed on the streets of the county city, and it quickly arrived at the entrance of the Yu Clan estate. The person on the horse dismounted and dashed into the Yu Clan estate. Within the Yu Clan audience hall, a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance sat at the head of the table, and beside him sat a middle-aged man and a young man. They were precisely the Yu Clan's patriarch Yu Jian, the Yu Clan's second elder Yu Li, and Yu Xiang. Presently, the gazes of the three had descended onto the Yu Clan disciple that was gasping for breath. Have you found it? The dignified middle-aged man lightly rubbed the stubble on his chin and slowly asked with a calm expression. After this calm expression, there seemed to be a trace of breathtaking coldness mixed within. Patriarch, the Duan Lingtian that young Master Xiang spoke of is a disciple with another surname from the Aurora City's Li clan. As for that Xiao Yu, he's a member of the Aurora City's Xiao clan. Supposedly, he's the grandson of the Xiao clan's supreme elder. That Xiao clan's supreme elder is a nascent soul stage expert. The Yu clan disciple caught his breath and reported respectfully. The grandson of a nascent soul stage expert? Yu Xiang's face sank slightly. That Xiao Yu actually has such a background? However, so what if he's the grandson of a nascent soul stage expert? The nascent soul stage experts in those small clans are at most at the first level of the nascent soul stage. You said Aurora City earlier? Unexpectedly, Yu Diane's brows knit together. Yes. The Yu clan disciple respectfully nodded. Uncle, what's wrong? A bad premonition arose within Yu Xiang's heart. According to what I know, the Aurora City Xiao clan is a branch family of the Imperial City Xiao clan. Yu Dian slowly said. A branch family of the Imperial City Xiao clan? Taking a deep breath, Yu Xiang's face went gloomy as he recalled something. No wonder I was wondering how he could have such a strong defensive martial skill. I never imagined that the clan he's from is related to a large clan in the Imperial City. Second brother Xiang, you can't touch this Xiao Yu. Yu Dian looked at Yu Li and Yu Xiang as he slowly spoke. Their Yu clan could be considered a large clan in Swallow Mountain County, but when compared to the large clans in the Imperial City, it was nothing. The clans that truly had deep pockets within the Crimson Sky Kingdom were none other than the few large clans in the Imperial City and the Imperial City. The Yu clan was like a clay chicken or a pottery dog before them. Uncle, he's only a branch family disciple. Even if we kill him, the Imperial City Xiao clan might not pursue the matter. A trace of coldness flashed within Yu Xiang's eyes. Until now, he still couldn't forget the scene of Xiao Yu making him swallow the steamed bun that was covered in mud and grass. Also, Xiao Yu challenged him and even knocked him out. This matter was a great humiliation to him. The hatred he had towards Xiao Yu in his heart was second only to Duan Lingtian. Meanwhile, Yu Xiang's father Yu Li spoke in a deep voice. Xiang, don't cause trouble. That Xiao Yu might have been looked down upon by the Imperial City's Xiao clan in the past. But now that he's passed the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp test and obtained the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy, his significance is completely different. Even if it's the Imperial City Xiao clan, such a person would be heavily fostered. If our Yu clan were to touch him, once the Imperial City Shao clan finds out, it would be a disaster for our Yu clan. Do you understand? The Yu clan could look down upon the Aurora City's Shao clan. But to the Yu clan, the Imperial City's Shao clan was an unreachable colossus. Father, I understand. Yu Xiang took a deep breath. Although killing intent still shot out from his eyes, he knew that it was impossible for the clan to take such a huge risk for him. Xiaoyu, consider yourself lucky. What's the background of that Duan Lingtian? Yu Xiang looked at the Yu clan disciple that had returned from scouting and asked in a deep voice. He recalled the offensive inscription that Duan Lingtian used to kill his brother. This Duan Lingtian wouldn't have some background, right? He was slightly perturbed in his heart. The Yu clan disciple said respectfully, Young Master Xiang, that Duan Lingtian doesn't have any background. He's only a disciple of another surname from the Aurora City's Li clan, and is said to be a branch family disciple. Uncle, you must seek justice for my brother. Yu Xiang had an excited expression as he looked at Yu Dian with eyes filled with pleading. I've never heard of that Li clan having any background. Moreover, that Duan Lingtian is a disciple of another surname from the Li clan's branch family. He's only a country bumpkin. This person killed Yu Hong, so he's dead for sure. Yu Dian's eyes flickered, and his tone was filled with overbearingness. Patriarch. Meanwhile, the Yu clan disciple spoke again. 10 days ago, when I arrived at Aurora City to investigate that Duan Lingtian, I found out that he had already left Aurora City on a carriage 2 months ago, and headed towards the Imperial City. On a carriage? He sure knows how to enjoy himself. Yu Xiang sneered as killing intent flickered in his eyes, ready to devour someone. Big brother. I want to take revenge for my son with my own hands. Yuli looked at Yu Dian and was slightly excited. Don't worry, second brother. I'll go with you to see the Grand Elder right now, and ask the Grand Elder to go with you. There's only one official road from Aurora City to the Imperial City, so I presume he wouldn't have gone far if he rode on a carriage. You guys can easily catch up to him if you chase after him on Fergana horses. Yu Dian stood up and spoke with a clear voice. Grand Elder? Yu Li's gaze abruptly lit up. Their Yu clan's Grand Elder was the 4th nascent soul stage expert besides the 3 supreme elders. With a nascent soul stage expert accompanying him, it would be absolutely safe. Father, I recognize that Duan Lingtian. I'll go with you. Yu Xiang was extremely excited as well, and his chest heaved up and down like a bellows. Yuli hadn't even spoken when Yu Dian had already agreed. Xianger, don't worry. Uncle will prepare a Fergana horse for you. At that time, I'll let you personally witness the Grand Elder, and your father kill your brother's enemy, even to the extent that you can ask the Grand Elder to capture that Duan Lingtian alive for you to personally deal with him. Thank you, Uncle. Thank you, Uncle. Chapter 128. Under the setting sun, the quaint little town seemed to have transformed into a tranquil painting, causing one to feel relaxed and happy at a glance. A large horse carriage pulled by 5 tall horses entered the small town, causing a commotion. Oh my God! What a large carriage! I wonder where this great figure came from. The residents of the little town had never seen such an exaggerated carriage, and they all stopped to look. Master, we've entered the town. The middle-aged carriage driver slightly turned his head and spoke towards the carriage. A lazy voice sounded out from within the carriage, as if someone had just woken up. Yes, find an inn to stay at. We'll set off tomorrow morning. Yes. The middle-aged carriage driver respectfully nodded. The people in this carriage were naturally Duan Lingtian's group. Now, an entire 3 months had passed since they left Aurora City. Under the gazes of many people, the carriage stopped at the entrance of an inn. Under the gazes of everyone present, the middle-aged carriage driver pulled open the curtain of the carriage. A violet-clothed youth around the age of 17 slowly walked out from within. Subsequently, under the support of the violet-clothed youth, a beautiful young girl around the same age as him walked out as well. The moment the young girl appeared, she attracted the gazes of everyone present. Skin like white jade, appearance like a celestial fairy. The same thought abruptly emerged in everyone's minds. Very quickly, their gazes became sluggish again. After the young girl, another beautiful young girl that wasn't even 20 years old walked out. The young girl had an angelic face and a devilish figure. causing the eyes of all the males present to be unable to help but light up very quickly. Another young and beautiful woman that still retained her charm walked out of the carriage. At this moment everyone was numb. When had they ever seen such a beautiful young girl? Today they saw 3 of them. Yes, please come in. 2 servants walked out from the inn and welcomed Duan Lingtian's group in with a respectful and humble attitude. At this moment, the group of people outside the inn gradually dispersed. Why are there so many boring people everywhere? What's there to see? Li Fei's beautiful brows knit together, and she had an unhappy expression. Along the way, every time they stopped at a place, she would enjoy the same treatment and become the center of attention. Isn't it because my little Fei is beautiful? This is my recognition of you. Why are you unhappy instead? Duan Lingtian shook his head with a smile, and immediately went to book a total of 4 rooms. His mother Li Ro Xiongquan, him, Li Fei and Ke were in the same room. After settling down, Duan Lingtian left his room and easily found his way into Li Fei and Ke's rooms. You scoundrel, always leaving a room empty. What a waste of money. Li Fei rolled her eyes at Duan Lingtian. Along the way, every time they stopped at a town, Duan Lingtian would book 4 rooms. But at night, his room would always be empty and he would directly sneak into Li Fei and Ke's rooms and sleep with them. Li Fei and Ke also changed from their initial resistance to helplessness. In the end, they simply followed Duan Lingtian. It's not a waste. The biggest use of that room is to deceive people. Duan Lingtian chuckled and his eyes wandered over the beautiful bodies of the 2 girls without the slightest scruple. Young master, you're deceiving the madam. Ke said with a red face. Ke, you've been led astray by little Fei. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled bitterly. That pure and cute little maid of his seemed to be gone forever. Hey! If anyone is to be led astray, it's you who led us astray. Scoundrel, I plan to go out with little sister Ke to buy a veil. Do you want to come with us? Li Fei asked Duan Lingtian. Obviously, Li Fei didn't want to be the center of attention. Why do you want to buy a veil? There's nothing shameful about you two. Duan Lingtian's thoughts were different from Li Fei's. In his opinion, a woman's beautiful side should be shown. There was no need to hide it. It wasn't like they were thieves. If you're not going with us, we'll go by ourselves. I'm just joking. If you two want to go out, how can you miss out on me? Let's go. Duan Lingtian took the lead and walked out of the room and out of the inn. Li Fei and Ke, one on the left and one on the right, walked side by side with him. Now that the sky had darkened, the streets of the small town were brightly lit, and the night market was extremely lively, full of people bustling with activity. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 walked past and naturally attracted the gazes of many people. Right at this moment, at the corner of the road that Duan Lingtian's group of 3 took, a young man in embroidered clothes that was a little over 20 years old was slowly walking over with 2 servants. I heard that a carriage with 5 horses came to town today? The young man in embroidered clothes suddenly spoke and asked the 2 servants behind him. Yes, young master, I was there at that time. One of the servants hurriedly nodded. Thinking of the scene at that time, he felt a wave of shock in his heart. Those 3 women that came down from the carriage were absolutely the most beautiful women he'd seen in his life. They were so perfect that there was practically no flaw to pick out. Now the more the rumors spread, the more amazing it is. They even said that the 3 women that came down from the carriage were all beautiful like celestial fairies. The young man in embroidered clothes lightly shook his head and didn't mind. Young master, it's not the rumors, it's true. Those 3 women are absolutely not inferior to celestial fairies. The servant hurriedly said. At that time he'd seen it with his own eyes, so he knew that the rumors were true. Is it so exaggerated? Although the young man in embroidered clothes didn't mind on the surface, a trace of a luster flashed in his eyes. I'm slightly curious now. Come, follow me to that inn to take a look. Young master. The other servant's face went grim. Those people obviously have extraordinary origins, and the clan probably can't afford to offend them. I'm only going to take a look and don't intend to do anything. Besides, they only have 3 women, a young man, and a carriage driver. Even if they're members of a large clan outside, if we secretly detain them, who would know that it was us? The young man in embroidered clothes' eyes revealed a trace of a fierce light as he spoke with disdain. Young master, it's them. Suddenly, The servant behind the young man in embroidered clothes seemed to have discovered a new continent and pointed towards the distance. Duan Lingtian had just helped Li Fei and Kerr put on their veils when he noticed 3 gazes sweeping over. And he couldn't help but frown. With a glance, it was a young man around the age of 20 in embroidered clothes. And he brought along 2 servants. As he walked over, Duan Lingtian paid no attention to them. And he held the hands of the 2 women. Come, let's go ahead and take a look. Stop. The eyes of the young man in embroidered clothes shone as he blocked the path of Duan Lingtian's group of 3. Although the 2 women before him had veils covering their faces, those 2 lively eyes and half of their faces that were pure white like jade undoubtedly spoke of their beauty. The young man in embroidered clothes swallowed a mouthful of saliva as a trace of greed flashed in his eyes. K off. Li Fei frowned with disgust as she berated. Your temper is hot enough, this young master likes it. The eyes of the young man in embroidered clothes lit up as he completely disregarded Duan Lingtian's expression that sank, and he looked at Li Fei and Kerr. 2 little beauties, come. Take off your veils and let this young master have a look. This young master is very curious if the 2 of you are really as beautiful as the rumors say. I told you to K off, didn't you hear? Duan Lingtian's eyes went cold, and his voice seemed as if it came from an icy cave, causing one's heart to tremble. Usually, when people were stunned by Li Fei and Kerr's peerless appearance and took a few more glances, it was nothing in his opinion. After all, everyone had the heart to love beauty. But the actions of this young man before him had already touched his bottom line. Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd of spectators increased as they discussed animatedly. Isn't this the violet-clothed youth that walked out of the carriage that entered the town at night? And these 2 women, aren't they the 2 little fairies? Just by looking at their carriage, I know they aren't ordinary people. This Tian clan's eldest young master actually dared to offend them. Isn't he afraid of bringing disaster to the Tian clan? Many people recognized Duan Lingtian's group of 3. Hearing the surrounding discussions, the young man in embroidered clothes' expression was as unsightly as it could be. But now he was in a difficult position. Could it be that he had to admit defeat in front of so many people? If this happened, how would he still have a foothold in Rain Valley Town? As the son of the Tian clan's patriarch, one of the 3 great clans of Rain Valley Town, the eldest young master of the Tian clan, Tian Guang had his own dignity. My patience is limited, I'll give you one more chance. Scram. Duan Lingtian's eyes emitted cold lights as he spoke in a cold and indifferent voice. Kid, I don't care where you're from, but you have to understand that a strong dragon can't suppress a snake in its old haunts. Today, if you don't let them lift their veils for this young master to see, this young master will waste his time with you. Tian Guang sneered, with an expression of a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. Little Fei Kerr, close your eyes. Duan Lingtian's voice was very calm. Li Fei and Kerr were able to detect traces of breathtaking coldness within this calmness. However, Duan Lingtian standing up for them like this caused them to feel extremely happy in their hearts. What? Scared? That's fine, beauty should look pretty good when they lift their veils with their eyes closed. Tian Guang's eyes shone. As he didn't notice the arrival of danger in the slightest whoosh, a wisp of violet sword light instantly flashed out, and in the blink of an eye, it entered its sheath. Under the night sky, the numerous ancient mammoth silhouettes above Duan Lingtian's head flashed and vanished, and no one was able to notice it. Ah! A miserable cry sounded out almost instantly. At the same time that Tian Guang screamed shrilly, his body lay straight down, and then he started rolling all over the ground. At his lower abdomen, blood gushed out without end, and the lump of flesh that belonged to a man had fallen off as well. It would probably be completely useless in the future. Young master. The faces of the 2 servants went pale as they hurriedly rushed up to help Tian Guang stop the bleeding, but they discovered that they were completely unable to stop it. As a person, one must have self-awareness. In this world, there are some people that you can't afford to offend. I'm a rather kind person, so I'll spare your life today. If there's a next time, you'll die without a doubt. Duan Lingtian coldly swept Tian Guang with his gaze, then held Li Fei and Kerr's hands and walked forward. Pooh! When Tian Guang heard Duan Lingtian's words, he was so angry that his face flushed red, and he spat out a mouthful of blood before fainting. Before he fainted, he only had one thought left. Chapter 129. The surrounding crowd of spectators went deathly silent as they gazed at the violet figure that held the two girls' hands and left. That violet-clothed youth was too terrifying. He actually directly crippled the Tian clan's young master's family jewels. This Tian Guang was the only son of the Tian clan's patriarch. It could be imagined that the Tian clan was bound to be unable to calm down tonight. Duan Lingtian didn't think so much as he patiently accompanied Li Fei and Ke to walk around the night market before returning to the inn. Scoundrel, do you think that local bully will call someone to look for trouble with you? Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtian and blinked her eyes with a spurious smile. Local bully? I think it's just a local bug. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, not taking it to heart. It was only a clan in a small town and probably didn't even have an origin core stage martial artist. It was fine if they didn't look for trouble, but if they did, instantly, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a piercingly cold light. I'll go give the veil to madam. When they were strolling around the night market, Ke didn't forget to buy another veil for Li Ro. Little sister Ke is really considerate. No wonder Aunt Ro dotes on her so much, even I'm slightly jealous. Li Fei looked at Ke's back and spoke with slight envy. I feel that my mother dotes on you as well, and has long since taken you as her daughter-in-law. Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand to embrace Li Fei's small waist, and his mouth pressed against her earlobe as he panted heavily and said in a light voice, Little Fei, I haven't eaten you in a long time, scoundrel. Li Fei's cheeks flushed red as she struggled free from Duan Lingtian and ran back to her room. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He didn't expect that this little girl couldn't withstand teasing so easily. After Ke returned, Duan Lingtian embraced the two girls and prepared to sleep. Knock! Knock! Right at this moment the sound of knocking sounded out. The voice of the inn's attendant sounded out. Guest, the Tian clan's patriarch and two Tian clan elders have arrived. They've invited you to meet them. Tian clan. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he let go of the two girls and got off the bed. You two go to sleep first, Duan Lingtian said to Ke and Li Fei before leaving the room. His voice was as gentle as water. Xiong Quan. After leaving the room, Duan Lingtian was just about to knock on the door next door when the door opened with a creak. Xiong Quan walked out in large strides. Master, continue to rest. I'll go deal with them. Xiong, wait. Don't be in a hurry to make a move. I want to see what exactly they want to do. Duan Lingtian shook his head as a mischievous smile appeared in his eyes. Under Xiong Quan's escort, Duan Lingtian saw the Tian clan's patriarch, a middle-aged man around 50 years old. Beside him were two old men. At this moment, when the two old men looked at Duan Lingtian, their faces were filled with fear. You're that Tian clan's patriarch? Duan Lingtian lazily glanced at the middle-aged man and yawned. Just say what you have to say. This young master has to wake up early tomorrow and doesn't have time to waste here with you. You? The Tian clan's patriarch, whose expression was already extremely gloomy, saw Duan Lingtian's attitude and his expression changed greatly. Patriarch. Between the two old men, the gray-robed old man frowned slightly and stopped the Tian clan's patriarch from turning hostile. The Tian clan's patriarch took a deep breath and suppressed the fury in his heart. Only now did he remember that the other party's background was probably not simple. If it wasn't because of this, why would he swallow his anger? Tian Guang was his only son, and now that his family jewels were crippled, it also meant that he would have no descendants. The fury in his heart could not be any greater. Where exactly are you from? Why are you so vicious? The other green-robed old man looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze, as if he wanted to see something from Duan Lingtian's face. Vicious. Duan Lingtian laughed. Old man, it's easy for you to say. If your wife was taken liberties with in public, I wonder what your reaction would be. I'm already being merciful by not killing him. Otherwise, based on my character in the past, even if he had 10 lives it wouldn't be enough. What Duan Lingtian said was the truth. If it was him from his previous life, even if Tian Guang died 8 or 10 times it wouldn't be too much. What big words. I'm curious, where exactly are you from? Which clan are you from? The Tian clan's patriarch asked in a low voice. As long as the other party wasn't from the county city or the imperial city, even if he had to take the risk, he would still kill the other party to vent the hatred in his heart and take revenge for his son. On this point, before he came, he had already obtained the approval of the two elders beside him. At that time they would make a move together and eliminate all hidden dangers. Tian clan patriarch thinks too highly of me. I'm only a nobody, not worth mentioning. Duanling Tian smiled indifferently. When the three Tian clan people heard this, their faces couldn't help but sink. The more Duanling Tian was like this, the more they felt that Duanling Tian was mysterious and unfathomable, and didn't dare to act rashly. What, you dare to cripple my son, but you don't even have the courage to introduce yourself? Tian clan patriarch said in a low voice, intending to use provocation to force Duanling Tian to reveal his background. But unfortunately, how could Duanling Tian fall for this little trick of his? Tian clan patriarch, I know what you're thinking in your heart. Today I'll say this. I'm just a nobody and I don't have any backing behind me. So, there are many things that you really don't have to worry about. Just do what you think in your heart. Duanling Tian's words caused the Tian clan patriarch to fly into a rage out of humiliation, and the two old men beside him became even more fearful. Not to mention anything else, just this composure was sufficient to show that this youth wasn't simple. Then I want to see exactly how capable a nobody like you is. The Tian clan patriarch's face sank, and the origin energy that he had long since accumulated exploded out. Instantly his figure moved, pouncing towards Duanling Tian like a rock spreading its wings with a menacing aura. Above him, 10 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form 7th level of the core formation stage. Patriarch. The faces of the two old men of the Tian clan went pale, as they never imagined that the patriarch would be so rash. They wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. They noticed that the violet-clothed youth had a warm smile on his face from the beginning. He stood there without moving like a mountain, as if he completely didn't care about their Tian clan patriarch's methods. In next to no time they obtained their answer. Humph! A mere 7th level core formation martial artist dares be presumptuous before my master? Xiong Quan moved. His entire body seemed to have suddenly vanished on the spot, and when he appeared once more, he was already before Duanling Tian. The Tian clan patriarch's face went pale. Isn't this masked person a carriage driver? How could he have such terrifying speed? He wasn't able to catch the slightest trace of Xiong Quan's movement speed earlier. He knew clearly in his heart what this meant. Bang! Xiong Quan attacked, striking out with his fist. He didn't use any martial skills, and the simple and unadorned punch carried an incomparably violent force as it smashed onto the Tian clan patriarch's chest. The terrifying origin energy exploded out, blasting the Tian clan patriarch flying. Instantly, more than 20 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above Xiong Quan. The Tian clan patriarch crashed onto the ground, his chest completely caved in, and he repeatedly spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. He struggled for a few moments before losing all signs of life. Dead. Origin core stage. The two old men's faces went pale. Even though their Tian clan patriarch was killed in front of them, they didn't dare act rashly. Their strength was only at the 8th level of the core formation stage. If an origin core stage martial artist wanted to kill them, it would be as simple as cutting grass. The two old men took a deep breath, glanced at each other, then looked at Duanling Tian at the same time. Young master, all of this is the fault of our Tian clan's patriarch and his son. Please forgive us. Yeah, young master, you're a great person and don't fuss over the past wrongs committed by us lowly people. The two old men bowed in apology with perturbed expressions. Not far away, the inn's manager and the two attendants were completely dumbstruck when they saw this scene. As residents of Ravine Rain Town, they naturally knew who these two old men were. They were the two elders with the strongest strength in the Tian clan. Normally, they were existences that could call the wind and summon the rain in Ravine Rain Town, and were no different than local tyrants. But now, in front of this violet-clothed youth, they were like grandsons. Originally, if you two didn't come looking for me tonight, I wouldn't have pursued this matter. What a pity. Duanling Tian's eyes narrowed as he calmly looked at the two old men. The two old men's faces went pale. Young master, please be magnanimous and let our Tian clan off. Our Tian clan is willing to pay the price as compensation. An origin core stage martial artist could easily annihilate the Tian clan. This was something they didn't doubt in the slightest. Compensation? Duanling Tian's eyes shone, and his expression that was originally cold as ice changed to reveal a brilliant smile. Why didn't you two elders say so earlier? Since it's like this, I won't be courteous. How about 1,000,000 silver? Such a small amount is probably not worth mentioning to your Tian clan. 1,000,000 silver? The two old men were completely dumbstruck. This youth had such a big tone. They originally thought that spending 200,000 or 300,000 silver would be enough to get rid of the calamity, but they never expected that the youth would ask for 1,000,000 silver right off the bat. The Tian clan was only a clan in a small town. In terms of resources, it was far from being comparable to those clans in large cities. Although the Tian clan was able to take out 1,000,000 silver, it would still hurt them greatly. They were just about to open their mouths to plead for leniency. Xiong Quan accompanied the two elders. Come back once you get the silver. Don't be rash. Duan Lingtian took the initiative to give Xiong Quan an order. After he finished speaking, he yawned and waved his hand at the two old men. Elders, I'll be going back to sleep first. Thank you for your Tian clan's generous gift. After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian left. The two Tian clan elders looked at each other with a helpless and bitter smile. Looks like they couldn't save that 1,000,000 silver. Now they wished for nothing more than to strangle Tian Guang to death. If it wasn't for that kid causing trouble, the Tian clan wouldn't have lost 1,000,000 silver for no reason. They secretly swore in their hearts that after this incident, they must severely punish Tian Guang as a warning to others, so as to prevent such a black sheep from appearing in the Tian clan in the future. Let's go. Xiong Quan's cold and indifferent gaze descended onto the two old men, causing them to tremble as they respectfully led the way. My God! Aaron actually has such a great figure. Chapter 130. Early in the morning, everything came to life as the dawn rose from the east and enveloped the earth. Within Rain Valley town, a carriage pulled by 5 tall horses galloped out. After a night, it once again walked on the spacious road and continued towards the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city, Swoosh. Within the carriage, Duan Lingtian weighed the stack of silver in his hand as his face revealed a brilliant smile. He never imagined that money would come so easily. Presently, the silver in his hand had already exceeded the 10 million mark. Tian, where did these silver come from? Li Ro's beautiful brows slightly knit together as she had a puzzled expression. She only saw that the money was given to Duan Lingtian by Xiong Quan, but she didn't know what had happened or where the money came from. Aunt Ro, it's surely him extorting the Tian clan from Rain Valley town. Li Fei covered her mouth as she laughed lightly. Although she didn't see the entire process of what happened last night, when Xiong Quan gave the silver to Duan Lingtian this morning, he mentioned the Tian clan, so it wasn't difficult for her to connect all of this. When Li Ro found out the sequence of events, she couldn't help but shake her head and laugh. That Tian Guang really went for wool and came home shorn. But Tian, who exactly is that Xiong Quan, and why did he acknowledge you as his master? To be able to deter the entire Tian clan, Li Ro realized that Xiong Quan wasn't simple. Mom, he was captured to be a slave, and I coincidentally saved him, so he acknowledged me as his master. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he slowly explained. With his strength, how could he be captured to be a slave? Li Ro was slightly puzzled, but at the same time, she came to a sudden understanding. No wonder Xiong Quan wore a mask. It turned out that it was to conceal the slave brand. He was poisoned before and only had a strength at the 9th level of the body tempering stage. I saved him and cured the poison for him. His current strength has barely recovered to the nascent soul stage. Duan Lingtian leaned on Kerr's jade legs as he ate the grapes that Kerr passed over as he spoke with a lisp. Nascent soul stage. At this moment, not only Li Ro, but even Li Fei was stunned. Although Li Fei could tell that Xiong Quan was very strong, she didn't expect him to be this strong. Nascent soul realm. Such a cultivation base was already not inferior to the Aurora City's 3 great clans' grand elders. She was deeply shocked. Kerr was the only one who didn't seem too surprised. She continued to peel the grapes for Duan Lingtian, and put them into Duan Lingtian's mouth. In her heart, the young master she admired the most was omnipotent. No wonder you were so resolute about the Fong family in Fresh Breeze Town. Li Ro was relieved. Some of the doubts in her heart were completely solved. I really didn't expect Xiong Quan to be a nascent soul realm expert. Li Fei was stunned for a long time. Isn't he just a nascent soul stage martial artist? Is there a need to be so surprised? Duanling Tian glanced at Li Fei and slowly said, Little Fei, as long as you cultivate the Starry Sun technique seriously, it won't be difficult for you to step into the nascent soul stage within 5 years. Only now did Li Fei recall that the Starry Sun technique she cultivated was a top cultivation technique that could be cultivated to Emperor Wu's level. Coupled with the high-purity medicinal pills that Duanling Tian refined, her cultivation would surely advance by leaps and bounds. Tian, is that Xiong Quan reliable? Compared to Li Fei, Li Ro considered more, and her peerlessly beautiful face became serious as she was slightly worried. As far as she was concerned, keeping such a strong person by her side was undoubtedly a double-edged sword. Mom, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Duanling Tian lightly smiled. He naturally knew what his mother was worried about. It was none other than being afraid that Xiong Quan would harm him, but unfortunately Xiong Quan's life was currently in his hands. In the entire world besides him, no one was able to cure the slow-acting poison he gave Xiong Quan. That was the secret recipe of the rebirth martial emperor, a royal-grade alchemist. When Duanling Tian's group left, the atmosphere in the entire Tian clan was extremely oppressive. Their Tian clan's patriarch was dead. Dad! When Tian Guang woke up and noticed that his family jewels were gone, he was already deeply shocked. Now that he heard the news of his father being killed, he cried out in sorrow and was unable to accept this sudden double blow, causing him to faint once more. He understood that the death of his father meant that his status in the Tian clan would plummet. A few days later, Tian Guang, who'd recovered slightly with great difficulty, was dragged to the punishment court by a few Tian clan disciples, and he was beaten 100 times before the eyes of everyone in the Tian clan. Before he fainted from the pain, he heard the words of the Tian clan's grand elder. Tian Guang brought calamity to our Tian clan. According to the orders of the 2 guardian elders, he is hereby punished. If anyone commits the same mistake in the future, they'll be directly executed according to the clan rules. When he woke up once more, his aura was weak, and his eyes were filled with regret. Never had he imagined that a single thought from that night would cause him to fall to such an end. If the heavens gave him a chance to start all over again, then even if he abandoned his dignity and kowtowed 10 times to that violet-clothed young man, he would still beg for the young man's forgiveness. Now he had nothing, let alone dignity. Tian Guang, the Grand Elder asked you to go to the audience hall. Right at this moment a voice sounded from outside, and it caused Tian Guang's face to go pale. When he arrived at the audience hall, Tian Guang directly knelt before the Tian clan's Grand Elder, and hugged the Grand Elder's legs as he cried bitterly. Grand Elder, I know my mistake, I really know my mistake. Don't punish me anymore. I beg you. The Tian clan's Grand Elder frowned, and his expression was slightly unsightly as he glanced at the nearby 3 people and said embarrassedly, Distinguished guests, please excuse me. Subsequently, his face sank as he kicked Tian Guang flying. Tian Guang, I didn't ask you to come here today to punish you. Besides the 2 guardian elders, only you are familiar with that violet-clothed young man's appearance. Now describe in detail the appearance of that violet-clothed young man to these 3 distinguished guests. When Tian Guang heard that it wasn't to punish him, he caught his breath and noticed that there were 3 more people in the audience hall. An aged old man, a middle-aged man, and a young man around the age of 20. You all. What's your relationship with that violet-clothed young man? Tian Guang asked with slight trepidation. He was really afraid that these 3 people were on the same side as the violet-clothed young man and had come to stand up for the violet-clothed young man. If it was like this, then he would really be extremely unlucky. He's our irreconcilable enemy. We came here this time precisely for the sake of catching up to him and killing him. The young man around the age of 20 spoke, and his voice was filled with ruthlessness and hatred. Tian Guang's eyes abruptly lit up when he heard this, but he seemed to have thought of something and dimmed down. It's useless. He has an origin core stage expert protecting him, and even my father, the Tian clan's patriarch, died at his hands. Origin core stage? The young man laughed in disdain. He's only at the origin core stage, what's there to fear? This person beside me is Ru clan's Grand Elder. An existence at the nascent soul stage. A mere origin core stage martial artist. If the Grand Elder were to make a move, he'd be able to kill him with a flip of his palm. Nascent soul stage expert? Tianguang was shocked. The Tian clan's Grand Elder's pupils constricted, and he only reacted after a short moment. You clan? Nascent soul stage expert? You all wouldn't be members of our Swallow Mountain County's county cities, you clan, right? Tianguang's gaze lit up once again, like the numerous stars in the night sky, and when he looked at the young man, it was as if he'd grabbed onto a life-saving straw. Exactly, we're members of the Yu clan. This is our Yu clan's Grand Elder, and this is my father, the Yu clan's second elder. The young man raised his head arrogantly and enjoyed the reverent gazes of the two Tian clan members. So it's the Yu clan's Grand Elder, second elder, and young Master Yu. Tianqiong has not received you well, please forgive me. Tianguang, quickly get the kitchen to prepare a first-class banquet. I have to properly entertain our distinguished guests. The Tian clan's Grand Elder, Tianqiong, looked at Tianguang and ordered. Yes, yes. Tianguang hurriedly stood up. His eyes flickered and his mood surged. Father, there's going to be someone taking revenge for you soon. So what if that little bastard has an origin core stage martial artist by his side? The Yu clan has dispatched a nascent soul stage expert this time. And it's even the Yu clan's Grand Elder. That little bastard is dead for sure. You can rest in peace in the netherworld. Wait. Right at this moment, the Yu clan's Grand Elder, Yu Hui, stopped Tianguang and said indifferently, we didn't come to your Tian clan this time for a meal. Now describe the appearance of that violet-clothed youth to me right now. Tianguang didn't dare dally and hurriedly nodded. He recalled the scene of when he saw the violet-clothed youth that night and roughly described the youth's appearance. Grand Elder, it's right, it's him. The young man, who was the Yu clan's Yu Xiang, had a face full of excitement. It's fine as long as it's him. In this way, he left this place 7 days ago. Yu Hui nodded. Since it's like this, let's depart now. Grand Elder. Tianqiong took a step forward and said respectfully, the three of you have traveled for an entire day and I'm sure you're hungry. How about staying for a meal in our Tian clan? It's our honor that the three of you are able to come to our Tian clan, and I hope that the three of you can allow us to fulfill our duties as hosts. Yu Hui didn't directly agree, but instead looked at Yu Xiang and the Yu clan's second elder, Yu Li. What do the two of you think? Grand Elder, since that Duanling Tian has already left 7 days ago, we're not in a hurry. Let's finish this meal before we depart. Yu Xiang suggested. Exactly, we'll use the Fergana horses to travel. No matter if we eat this meal or not, we'll surely be able to catch up to him within 2 days. Yu Li nodded as well, and a cold light flickered within his eyes. Yu Hui nodded, then looked at Tianqiong. Then I'll be troubling Elder Tian. It's no trouble, no trouble. A smile had bloomed on Tianqiong's face since long ago. During these past few days, first, the Tian clan's patriarch had died. Then they were exploited of 1 million silver. It could be said that the Tian clan was in a precarious situation. The other two great clans of Cove Raintown had been restless these past few days, and they obviously wanted to annex the Tian clan in one fell swoop. As far as he was concerned, so long as the Tian clan was able to form a relationship with the county city's Yu clan, they would surely be able to ensure their safety. I'll go instruct the kitchen. Chapter 131. Bang! Origin energy charged out from Duan Lingtian's body, breaking through the last bottleneck. A carp leaping over the dragon gate, transforming into a dragon in a single day. At the instant his origin energy charged through the bottleneck, it instantly underwent a tremendous change. Duan Lingtian opened his eyes and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Broke through. 4th level of the core formation stage. During these past 3 months, Duan Lingtian hadn't stopped cultivating on the way to the imperial city. The facts proved that his hard work wasn't in vain. With my current strength, I can exert the strength of 11 ancient mammoths without using a spirit weapon, comparable to an ordinary 8th level core formation martial artist. Once I complete the tempering of my fleshly body for the 4th level of the core formation stage, the raging python form, I'll gain the strength of an ancient mammoth and be comparable to a 9th level core formation martial artist. A trace of a bright light flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes. Duan Lingxing will meet soon. At that time what you gave me Ke and Li Xian. I'll make you pay back 100 times, 1,000 times, even 10,000 times. After breaking through, Duan Lingtian's mood was extremely good. Raising his head to look, he noticed that his mother Li Ro was cultivating as well. As for Li Fei and Ke, they were both asleep. These two little girls are probably really tired. A light smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth, and his eyes were filled with gentleness like water. He would use his entire life to protect these two girls and make them the happiest women in the world. This was the vow and promise he made to himself, and it would never change in this lifetime. Pulling open the carriage's curtain, Duan Lingtian looked outside, and the scene that entered his eyes constantly moved behind him. Along the way, they did encounter some blind horse bandits. However, those bandits failed to kill and rob, and were all killed by Xiongquan in the end. With Xiongquan here, Duan Lingtian was extremely at ease. Not long after, Duan Lingtian felt slightly tired and dozed off for a while. Soon, he was awakened by the sound of galloping horses. The sound of hooves came from 3 horses. Their speed was far faster than that of an ordinary horse. 3 Fergana horses? The sound of horse hooves was getting closer and closer. Duan Lingtian lifted the curtain and looked back. His eyebrows moved slightly. Soon he saw one of the 3 people who were getting closer and closer. Yu Xiang. The Yu clan's actions are quite fast. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold. He closed the car window without waking up his mother, Li Ro, Li Fei and Ke. He pulled open the curtains and sat beside Xiongquan. Xiongquan, the 3 people behind us are coming for me. Stop the carriage by the side and let's go meet them. Yes, master. Xiongquan nodded and parked the carriage by the side of the road. He followed Duan Lingtian and ran in the direction behind the carriage. La! Nay! The 3 Fergana horses stopped before Duan Lingtian. The sweat on their bodies was like fresh blood, and under the scorching sun, it flickered with a strange luster. The young man on one of the Fergana horses had a piercingly cold gaze as he stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian, and he sneered. Duan Lingtian, you know you can't escape death, so you came here to give your life away? What? You want to use this to beg us to let your family go? Yu Xiang, you still like to think you're infallible. Duan Lingtian looked at Yu Xiang and spoke indifferently. His gaze had never looked at Yu Xiang from the beginning until the end, but had instead descended onto the other 2 people. An old man and a middle-aged man. Martial artists above the core formation stage couldn't be easily discerned, but Duan Lingtian had, after all, inherited the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. Relying on the experience of Samsara Emperor Wu, he could vaguely discern that the middle-aged man was an origin core stage martial artist, and the old man was a nascent soul stage martial artist. This old man's strength wasn't inferior to Aqua Mist City's He clan's supreme elder, He Zhu Dao. Humph! Duan Lingtian, you're still being stubborn when you're about to die. I'll say it today. Even if you deliver yourself to die, I won't let your family go. As long as it's someone related to you, they'll die without a doubt. Yu Xiang burst into rage when he saw Duan Lingtian actually daring to disregard him. What did you say? Duan Lingtian's face sank and his gaze went slightly cold. A terrifying killing intent swept out from his body and flashed towards Yu Xiang. His family was his reverse scale. Yu Xiang was suddenly enveloped by this killing intent, and his face went pale. His body trembled and he actually fell off the horse with a bang. In an extremely sorry state. The old man, the Yu clan's grand elder Yu Hui, glanced at Duan Lingtian with slight astonishment. Such killing intent was something he'd never developed even after fighting for more than half his life. This youth around the age of 17 wasn't simple. You're courting death. Yu Li's face sank, and his legs shook as he instantly left the back of his horse and flashed towards Duan Lingtian. His palm descended, strong winds swept out, and the sound of air exploding rose and fell continuously. Duan Lingtian, you killed my son Yu Hong. Today is the day you die. Yu Hong. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he came to a sudden understanding. So this person was Yu Hong's father. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart as he gazed at the 110 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Yu Li. This Yu Hong's strength wasn't bad, as he'd actually cultivated to the 8th level of the origin core stage. However, this little bit of strength, you dare be rude to my master? Die! Xiong Quan shouted out explosively as he instantly flashed out to intercept Yu Hong. Above him, 100 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared as well. 7th level of the origin core stage? Yu Hui sat on the Fergana horse and was slightly surprised, but he had no intention of interfering. As far as he was concerned, Yu Li alone was sufficient to deal with a 7th level origin core stage martial artist. Humph! A mere 7th level origin core stage martial artist dares be presumptuous before me? I'll kill you first and bury Duan Lingtian with your corpse. Yu Li's eyes revealed disdain as he sneered. Then his palm strike that was filled with raging origin energy blasted towards Xiong Quan. Whoosh! Right at this instant, the 100 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Xiong Quan had instantly turned into 200 ancient mammoth silhouettes. No! The sneer on the corners of Yu Li's mouth completely froze when he saw this scene, and his eyes revealed terror. He never imagined that his opponent was actually a nascent soul stage martial artist. Only a martial artist at the first level of the nascent soul stage or above was able to draw upon the energy of heaven and earth to condense 200 ancient mammoth silhouettes. He wanted to withdraw his hand, but noticed that it was too late. All the strength in his body poured into this palm strike, and it was difficult to withdraw it. Stay your hand. Yu Hui's face went ghastly pale, as he never imagined that Xiong Quan had concealed his strength. His figure swiftly flashed as he pounced over, wanting to save Yu Li. Above him, 300 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. 2nd level of the nascent soul stage. Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed when he saw Yu Hui attack, but his expression remained unchanged. Whoosh! Xiong Quan moved, and a 3-foot-long blade suddenly appeared in his hand. It whistled past and instantly swept past Yu Li's throat. After he succeeded, he returned to Duan Lingtian's side and protected Duan Lingtian behind him. Yu Hui caught Yu Li's body, but noticed that fresh blood was violently gushing out from Yu Li's throat, and Yu Li struggled for a moment before losing all signs of life. 2nd Elder. Yu Hui's face went ghastly pale. The middle-aged man in his embrace wasn't just the Yu clan's 2nd Elder. He was also the patriarch's younger brother. Now that he had died before him, how would he explain this to the patriarch? Early on, when Xiong Quan exerted the strength of a nascent soul stage martial artist, Yu Xiang was already scared silly. Now that he saw Yu Li die, his face went ghastly pale, and he pounced forward and ceaselessly shook Yu Li's corpse, unwilling to believe that all this was real. Father! Father! Oh! Yu Hui put down Yu Li's corpse, and his gaze was cold and indifferent as he strode out and walked towards Duan Lingtian and Xiong Quan. Today, even if you're at the first level of the nascent soul stage, you'll still die without a doubt. And you, Duan Lingtian, after I kill him, I won't kill you. I'll capture you and hand you over to Yu Xiang to be dealt with personally. Yu Hui's voice was cold and indifferent, and his chilly gaze first flashed past Xiong Quan before descending onto Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I'll let you watch with your own eyes as the flesh on your body is shaved off piece by piece by piece. I'll make you wish you were dead. Hearing Yu Hui's words, Yu Xiang looked at Duan Lingtian and his eyes emitted a ruthless sheen. Duan Lingtian's face sank. Then let's see if this old fellow can live up to your expectations. Whoosh! Yu Hui moved, and his speed was so swift that with Duan Lingtian's current cultivation, he was utterly unable to catch a glimpse of Yu Hui. Xiong Quan moved along with Yu Hui, but seemed to be able to easily see through Yu Hui's location and directly moved to intercept him. A mere first-level nascent soul stage martial artist die. Yu Hui revealed himself and coldly shouted. A spirit weapon narrow saber that was thin like a cicada's wing suddenly appeared in his hand, and it whistled out towards Xiong Quan. The saber light emitted outwards, and against the scorching sun, it flickered with a dazzling luster. Grade 8 spirit weapon. Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed as he discerned the grade of the spirit weapon in Yu Hui's hand. Meanwhile, beside the 300 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Yu Hui, another 60 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. This was the amplification of strength from a spirit weapon. Grade 8 spirit weapon amplified strength by almost 20%. Yu Hui's saber art martial skill was extremely brilliant, and he perfectly displayed his strength, following like a shadow as he enveloped Xiong Quan. Your martial skill isn't bad, but unfortunately you encountered me. Facing Yu Hui's brilliant saber strike, Xiong Quan didn't dodge, and the 3-foot-long blade flashed out to intercept it. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. The corners of Yu Hui's mouth curled into a sneer. But in next to no time his expression completely changed. What did he see? Right at the instant Xiong Quan attacked, the 200 ancient mammoth silhouettes above Xiong Quan instantly became 400 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Third level of the nascent soul stage. This wasn't all. Along with the spirit sword in Xiong Quan's hand flashing out, the might of the spirit weapon was perfectly displayed. Beside the 400 ancient mammoth silhouettes, another 100+ ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. The amplification of the spirit weapon was almost 30%. The strength of 500+ ancient mammoths against the strength of 360 ancient mammoths. The two of them weren't on the same level at all, and the outcome was obvious. Clang! As a grade 7 spirit weapon, the 3-foot-long blade flashed past, instantly slashing apart Yu Hui's grade 8 spirit weapon narrow saber, and its momentum didn't decrease in the slightest as it went on to chop off Yu Hui's head. Before Yu Hui died, he only had one thought left. Third level of the nascent soul stage. Grade 7 spirit weapon. The eyes of Yu Hui's head that flew out from his body stared wide open, as if he never imagined that Xiong Quan would have such strength. Grand Elder. No, it can't be. It can't be. I must be dreaming, I must be. The scene before him caused Yu Xiang's eyes to almost split open, and his expression was extremely unsightly. Chapter 132. The intense pain coming from his thigh caused Yu Xiang to be unable to stop himself from screaming out. Only now did he realize that everything before his eyes was real, and he wasn't dreaming. Yu Xiang. Seeing Yu Xiang's actions, how could Duan Lingtian not know what he was thinking? The corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. Now tell me, how should I deal with you? Should I let you watch as the flesh on your body is cut off piece by piece, living a life worse than death? Or should I give you a quick death? In the next moment, Yu Xiang's actions caused Duan Lingtian to be stunned. Thump! This Yu Xiang actually directly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to him, ignoring the fresh blood flowing from his forehead. Duan Lingtian, I beg you, let me go. I don't want to die, I really don't want to die. As death approached, Yu Xiang forgot his dignity, forgot everything. Let you go. Duan Lingtian sneered, let you go? And then let you go back to the Yu clan to find someone to take revenge on me? Yu Xiang hurriedly shook his head. He was terrified to the extreme, and his body trembled. I won't take revenge on you, really, I won't take revenge on you. Your brother and father both died in my hands. Are you sure you won't take revenge on me? Duan Lingtian's eyes revealed a trace of disbelief. Really, really? Yu Xiang looked at Duan Lingtian with a begging expression. However, the cold light that flashed in the depths of his eyes was still noticed by Duan Lingtian. However, even if Duan Lingtian didn't notice this, he still didn't intend to let Yu Xiang go. If you cut the grass without removing the roots, it will grow again when the spring breeze blows. This Yu Xiang's heart was vicious, and Duan Lingtian could be considered to have witnessed it. Yu Xiang, I still remember your overbearing and arrogant appearance when we first met. It was as if you didn't take me seriously at all. Originally, I didn't intend to bicker with you, but you actually conspired with your brother to get someone to take my life. It can be said that your brother's death, and even your father's death, was caused by you. Duan Lingtian glanced at Yu Xiang. The disappearance of Centurion Bai Feng is related to you? Yu Xiang's expression changed drastically. When his brother's good friend Bai Feng went missing, he felt it was very strange. Now that he heard Duan Lingtian's words, he faintly guessed something. That's right, Bai Feng died in my hands. I used the same inscription that killed your brother to kill him in the setting sun mountain range. Duan Lingtian nodded and admitted it. Yu Xiang's face was ashen. He didn't expect that from the beginning to the end, Duan Lingtian wasn't worried about his revenge. Now that he thought about it, all of this seemed to be caused by him. Duan Lingtian, as long as you don't kill me, I can promise you anything. I can be your dog and be ordered around by you, how about it? Yu Xiang's eyes emitted the desire to survive. He was only 20 this year and wasn't willing to lose his life. Be my dog. Duan Lingtian was stunned, as he never imagined that Yu Xiang would actually disregard his dignity in order to survive. The current Yuxiang was simply like a completely different person from the Yuxiang he met for the first time. If Yuxiang could still maintain his arrogant appearance like before, Duan Lingtian might think slightly more highly of him. Now, he couldn't even be bothered to kill this Yuxiang himself. Xiong Quan. Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently, and his tone contained dense coldness mixed within. Yes, master. Although Duan Lingtian didn't specifically instruct him to do anything, Xiong Quan was still able to understand what Duan Lingtian meant, as he'd followed Duan Lingtian for a few months after all. No. When he saw Xiong Quan walking over, Yuxiang realized that a great calamity was about to befall him, and he let out a sorrowful shout before turning around and fleeing. However, that bit of speed of his was nothing in front of Xiong Quan. After a short moment, Xiong Quan caught up to him and he died under Xiong Quan's sword. Under Duan Lingtian's instructions, Xiong Quan searched the corpses of the 3 Yu clan members for a while before withdrawing some silver and a spatial ring. That spatial ring was precisely the possession of the Yu clan's grand elder, Yu Hui. Master. Xiong Quan respectfully passed the spoils of the battle to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded, then glanced at the broken grade 8 spirit weapon narrow saber, then glanced at the 3 Fergana horses. Put away his spirit weapon as well. I'll be able to use it when refining weapons in the future. As for these 3 Fergana horses, find a town ahead and replace our 5 horses, and let these 3 Fergana horses pull the carriage. Xiong Quan's gaze twitched as he said in astonishment, Master. You're also a weapons craftsman? Is it very strange? Come, let's go back. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. Then he ignited his pill fire and burned the corpses of the 3 Yu clan members before turning around and leaving. Meanwhile, he claimed ownership of Yu Hui's spatial ring while he was at it. 2 million silver? Not bad. This Yu Hui is wealthier than Aqua Mist City's He clan's He Zudao. Xiong Quan led the 3 Fergana horses and respectfully followed behind Duan Lingtian. He felt that the master he'd acknowledged seemed to not be an ordinary person. What a joke! Could an ordinary person be so wise and farsighted at such an age? As if everything was under his control? Xiong Quan even felt that. Even the former sect leader of the Boundless sect was far inferior to his current master in certain aspects. Perhaps being able to follow master is my fortune. With master's natural talent, he'll sooner or later go to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. I keep having the feeling that my life will change because of this. Such a thought suddenly arose within Xiong Quan's heart. This thought was like a seed that gradually took root and sprouted. Many years later, when he suddenly looked back, only then would he realize how correct his thoughts were at this moment. Returning to the carriage, Duan Lingtian noticed that the gazes of Li Fei, Ke, and his mother, Li Ro, had all descended onto him in unison. You're all awake? A smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. Young master, what happened? Ke asked. Nothing, it's just a few bandits that blocked the way. Duan Lingtian lightly shook his head. For the sake of avoiding his mother from being too worried, he found an excuse. Bandits? Since when did bandits ride Fergana horses to rob us? Li Ro pulled open the carriage window and glanced outside. She looked at Duan Lingtian with a spurious smile when she saw Duan Lingtian leading 3 fine horses that were covered in sweat that seemed to be dyed with blood. Duan Lingtian laughed embarrassedly. It's really Fergana horses, and there's even 3 of them. Li Fei was attracted by the 3 Fergana horses as well, and flowing lights flashed within her eyes. What beautiful horses! These are Fergana horses? Big sister Fei Fei, are these Fergana horses very special? Ke was attracted by the 3 Fergana horses as well. No matter if it was in terms of leg strength or appearance, a Fergana horse was absolutely the best amongst horses. Ke, the speed of a Fergana horse is a few times faster than an ordinary fine horse, and it can travel 500 kilometers in a day. Moreover, just a single Fergana horse is worth 1 million silver. Li Fei explained. Ah, Ke was frightened. 1 million silver taels for a horse? Very quickly, the gazes of the 3 women that were slightly scrutinizing fell upon Duan Lingtian at the same time. Duan Lingtian's heart tightened, and flowing lights flashed within his eyes. Xiong Quan, call me when we reach the town ahead. I'm sleepy, so I'm going to catch up on my sleep first. Duan Lingtian yawned and called out to Xiong Quan outside. Under the burning gazes of the 3 women, He lay down on the bed and pretended to be asleep. Scoundrel! Li Fei angrily said. Li Ro also helplessly shook her head, but she didn't intend to probe any further. She closed her pair of beautiful eyes and continued to cultivate. After a moment, Duan Lingtian glanced at his mother, Li Ro. After discovering that she was wholeheartedly immersed in cultivation, he reached out and grabbed Li Fei's hand. Little Fei come. Li Fei was still puzzled. Duan Lingtian raised his hand, and a ring appeared out of thin air. It was precisely the spatial ring of the Yu clan's grand elder Yu Hui. This is. Li Fei took a deep breath. She had a guess in her heart, and she was slightly excited. Haven't you always envied Kerr for having a spatial ring? As Duan Lingtian spoke softly, he removed the ownership of the spatial ring and put it on Li Fei's hand. It's really a spatial ring? After Li Fei dripped her blood onto the spatial ring, she excitedly lowered her head and kissed Duan Lingtian. After that, she noticed Kerr looking at her with a spurious smile. She was so embarrassed that she turned her head away and didn't dare look back for a long time. Little Fei you're still shy. Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand and domineeringly pulled Li Fei into his embrace, and his other hand embraced Kerr. He hugged one in each arm and fell asleep. Not long after, Xiong Quan drove the carriage into a small town. After dealing with the original 5 steeds, he hitched the 3 Fergana horses onto the carriage. When they left the small town, 100% of the people turned their heads. There were even quite a few people who chased them out of the small town and only returned to their senses after they saw the carriage disappear into the distance. My God, those are Fergana horses, right? 3 Fergana horses are worth 3 million taels of silver. Using 3 Fergana horses to pull the carriage is too extravagant. Shay. The group of small-town residents deeply engraved this scene in their hearts. This was the most extravagant action they'd ever seen in their entire lives. After switching to the 3 Fergana horses, the carriage galloped like the wind at an extremely fast speed. In Duan Lingtian's original plan, it would take nearly a year to reach the imperial city. But now that he'd switched to the Fergana horses, it was an entire 3 months ahead of time. The imperial city is in front. Li Ro's gaze was complicated as she looked at the vast and majestic city in the distance through the carriage window. That year she'd brought her son, who was still immature, and left this place. She didn't expect that after so many years, she'd once again set foot on this land. She seemed to have recalled. That year, the scenes when her husband, Duan Ruffing, was still alive. Although her husband had been missing for many years, she was sure that her husband was still alive. Li Ro looked at Duan Lingtian and slowly said, "When we reach the imperial city this time, Mother hopes that you can accompany Mother to make a trip to the Duan clan to acknowledge your ancestors and return to the clan." That year, it was she who'd secretly brought Duan Lingtian away. After all, Duan Lingtian had the blood of the Duan clan flowing through his veins, and he was still a member of the Duan clan. Acknowledge my ancestors and return to the clan? Duan Lingtian frowned. Mother, I'm not going. Tiens. Li Ro's tone became heavier. She'd always been a person who valued relationships and righteousness, and she couldn't bear to see her son being so immature. Mother. Duan Lingtian's eyes were crimson red as he said in a deep voice, all these years, has the Duan clan ever cared about the life and death of us? Also, when Duan Lingxing almost killed me 2 years ago, has that so-called fourth uncle ever treated me fairly? Chapter 133. Within the carriage it was deathly silent. Li Fei and Kerr were very sensible and didn't speak. Li Ro's eyes were slightly red. She could feel her son's resentment from his tone. After a long time she sighed and said softly, "All right, Tioner, if you're unwilling to go, then we won't go." Mom, don't be sad. Duan Lingtian felt his heart ache when he saw his mother like this. He sat over and held Li Ro's hand. I know you want me to go and acknowledge my ancestors for father's sake. But why did you leave the Duan clan that year? Could it be that you've forgotten everything? When father was still alive, everyone respected you. Once father went missing, those jealous people took the initiative to make things difficult for you. I believe that even if father was still alive, he wouldn't blame us. Li Ro nodded and a trace of a smile appeared on her face. Tana, you've grown up. Mom can be at ease. Mom doesn't have any other wishes for the rest of her life. I only hope to be able to see you, Fei and Kerr give birth to children, and I'll be satisfied. Duan Lingtian's heart trembled. A mother's love was as heavy as Mount Tai, causing his heart to feel slightly sour and his eyes to feel bitter. Mom, you rest for a while. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian returned to Li Fei and Kerr's side inside. He would go to the Duan clan but not to acknowledge his ancestors. It was to kill that Duan Lingxing. In next to no time, the carriage arrived at the foot of the imperial city. The enormous carriage pulled by 3 Fergana horses naturally attracted the attention of many people everywhere it passed. The imperial city was vast and vast. It stood there like an enormous ferocious beast that was hibernating, and it brought a feeling of oppression to others. The imperial city was surrounded by a wide moat, leaving only a stone bridge that led to the entrance of the imperial city. This was also the only city gate of the imperial city. This was the only way in and out of the imperial city. As the carriage walked on the stone bridge, one could vaguely see numerous ferocious fish-type ferocious beasts leaping up from the moat and revealing their savage fangs. The density of these ferocious fish beasts made one's scalp numb. One could imagine that even if a nascent Soul Realm martial artist fell into it, they would most likely die. As the only gate of the imperial city, it was extremely large. It was made of steel and was dozens of meters tall. On both sides of the gate, there were mighty soldiers in armor. They held sharp spears in their hands and stood there in 2 lines, as motionless as mountains. Wherever Duan Lingtian's carriage passed, the crowd would make way. Even the soldiers on both sides of the city gate did not dare to approach. A carriage pulled by 3 Fergana horses was a rare sight even in the imperial city. Those who could sit in such a carriage were either rich or noble. After entering the imperial city, Duan Lingtian, Li Fei, and Kerr looked out the window and carefully observed everything in the imperial city. On both sides of the wide road, there were many shops and restaurants. It was very lively. Li Fei faintly sighed. Compared to the imperial city, Aurora City can only be considered as a small rural town. Duan Lingtian deeply agreed. Aurora City could not be compared to the imperial city at all. Master, the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city is divided into an inner city and an outer city. We are currently only in the outer city. At this moment, Xiong Quan's voice sounded. Outer city? Duan Lingtian was surprised. Such a bustling place was only in the outer city of the imperial city? Master, look, the inner city is in front. After the carriage traveled for another half an hour, Xiong Quan's voice sounded out again. At this moment, Duan Lingtian looked over and noticed that at the end of the road, there was a city within a city. This inner city did not look much different from the outer city. If there was a difference, it would be that the area it occupied was smaller than the outer city. No matter if it was the moat, the city walls that surrounded the city like a water bucket, or the only stone bridge, they were all no different from the outer city. Presently, the inner city's gate was tightly shut, and there was not a single person on the stone bridge. The inner city is actually not open. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. There should be a time limit, Xiong Quan said. Xiong Quan, you seem to know the imperial city very well. Have you been here before? Duan Lingtian asked, puzzled. From Xiong Quan's introduction earlier, he noticed that Xiong Quan seemed to be very familiar with the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city. I've been here once before. Xiong Quan sighed as he reminisced. At that time, he took the identity of the Boundless Sect's guardian and brought the Boundless Sect's disciples out to handle some matters, and they just happened to pass by here. Now that he thought back, he sighed endlessly. Let's find an inn in the outer city to stay first. Duan Lingtian instructed. Yes. Xiong Quan replied respectfully and found a slightly luxurious inn to stay in. The innkeeper of the inn personally came out to welcome them. The carriage driven by 3 Fergana horses caused him to tremble with fear, as he was deeply afraid of offending the esteemed guests. Mother, let's go out to eat. Duan Lingtian arrived outside Li Ro's room and said softly, Mother isn't hungry and wants to rest for a while. You guys go ahead. Remember to bring Xiong Quan along. The experts in the imperial city are as numerous as the clouds, so you must not take the initiative to cause trouble. Li Ro's voice sounded out, and she didn't forget to warn Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian replied and left the inn with Li Fei and Kerr. Xiong Quan followed closely behind. Duan Lingtian found a nearby restaurant that looked pretty good and walked in with large strides. This restaurant was a pavilion that was divided into 3 floors. The surroundings of the first floor were filled with flowers and plants, and it was extremely pleasant. It was currently mealtime, and the lobby of the first floor was already full, bustling with activity, and extremely lively. Duan Lingtian followed the stairs and walked up to the second floor with large strides. Compared to the clamor of the first floor, the second floor was much quieter. Although there were many people talking, they intentionally lowered their voices and were extremely mindful of their image. "Guest this way, please." Before long, a waitress greeted Duan Lingtian's group and brought them to a table near the street. "Give me a portion of each of your signature dishes and a jug of good wine," Duan Lingtian instructed. "Yes." The waitress nodded respectfully before turning and leaving. Before long, fine wine and delicacies were placed on the table. "This restaurant is rather special." Li Fei lightly smiled. Sitting on the second floor, they were practically unable to hear the sounds of the lobby on the first floor. Everything seemed to be so quiet and peaceful. Although they could hear the conversations of some of the patrons on the second floor, they were all suppressed to an extremely low level. If they didn't intentionally listen, they would be completely ignored. A small portion of the patrons in the surroundings were discussing private matters, but most of them were discussing Paladin Academy. "I wonder if Paladin Academy will receive a genius student like Su Qing this year? What kind of joke is this? That Su Qing is a rare genius martial artist. In the history of our Crimson Sky Kingdom's Paladin Academy, there was only one person from 20+ years ago that was able to compare with him. Who? Naturally, it's the Duan Ruffing clan's Duan Ruffing." "Who's Duan Ruffing? You actually don't even know who Duan Ruffing is?" "He's a peerless genius of our Crimson Sky Kingdom 20 years ago, and he's also a direct descendant of the Duan clan. I've actually never heard anyone mention him. Of course, because he went missing 15 years ago. If he didn't go missing, then the #1 expert of our Crimson Sky Kingdom might not necessarily be that person from the Imperial family." "Shoo! Be quiet, are you courting death? Is that person from the Imperial family someone you can talk about?" Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed when he heard the discussion of the people at the nearby table. Duan Ruffing was precisely his father in this lifetime. "I never imagined that there would still be people who remember that deadbeat father of mine," Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and he was slightly surprised. "Humph! Duan Ruffing is only a short-lived ghost." Right at this moment, a cold and indifferent voice sounded out from the stairs. A red-clothed young woman around the age of 19 walked up to the second floor, and behind her was an old woman. The old woman leaned on a walking stick, but her eyes were dazzling like an array of stars. Obviously, her cultivation wasn't low. "Little girl, you're too presumptuous. If that Duan Ruffing was here, would you dare say such words?" The expression of the middle-aged man who'd been praising Duan Ruffing earlier sank slightly. "Slap her." The red-clothed young woman's voice was icy cold, and it was unknown who she was talking to. Instantly, the old woman behind her moved, and she seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that flashed directly towards the middle-aged man. Above the old woman, a few tens of ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, then vanished in a flash. Slap! A clear sound echoed out as the old woman returned behind the red-clothed young woman, whereas half of the middle-aged man's face was swollen, and his expression was extremely unsightly, yet he dared to be angry but didn't dare say anything. The old woman's strength was far above his. For a moment, the second floor was deathly silent. So overbearing. Duan Lingtian's eyes slightly narrowed as a cold light flickered within them. Although he didn't have any feelings towards that deadbeat father of his, he was still his father after all. Now that he was being insulted, a ball of flames couldn't help but arise within his heart. Truly laughable. A short-lived ghost is worthy of such praise from all of you. The red-clothed young woman's icy cold gaze descended onto the other people that participated in the discussion earlier, causing them to hurriedly lower their heads and not dare say another word. Humph. These days, people aren't even allowed to speak the truth. If that Duan Ruffing was still here, would you dare to insult him? Li Fei obviously couldn't bear to see the red-clothed young woman's actions, and she grunted coldly. The red-clothed young woman's gaze descended onto Li Fei's face, and she mocked. An ugly freak with a veil on her face is worthy of speaking to this young miss? I'll give you a chance, slap yourself 30 times. Otherwise, bear the consequences. Ugly freak? Li Fei was dazed, then sneered. You really think highly of yourself. Even if you were to deliver yourself to a beggar on the side of the road, a beggar might not dare to marry you, right? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh. This girl's mouth is unforgiving. You're courting death. A trace of a cold light flashed within the red-clothed young woman's eyes. Her hand trembled and a strong wind swept out. A black whip that was like a venomous snake brought out a string of whip images that were suffused with origin energy as it flashed straight towards Li Fei. Her attack was incomparably ruthless. Above her, 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, 4th level of the core formation stage. Just when most people thought that Li Fei would suffer a loss, Duan Lingtian moved. Whoosh! Just when Li Fei's gaze went slightly cold and she intended to make a move, Duan Lingtian embraced her and dodged the red-clothed young woman's attack. Chapter 134. Going too far? The red-clothed girl's expression was extremely unsightly after her attack missed. There are some people you can't afford to offend. In front of me, not to mention mocking, she doesn't even have the qualifications to speak. The qualifications to speak? That's really new. This is the first time I've heard that speaking requires qualifications. But I wonder where you got the qualifications to injure someone, and who gave you the qualifications? Duan Lingtian's face sank, and he started laughing from extreme anger. Even if he didn't interfere earlier, with Li Fei's strength at the 5th level of the core formation stage, it would still be sufficient to defeat the red-clothed girl who was at the 4th level of the core formation stage. He embraced Li Fei and moved aside, not because he was worried that Li Fei would suffer a loss, but because he listened to his mother, Li Ro, and tried his best not to cause trouble. If the matter really got out of hand, then he wasn't someone to be trifled with. Some of the surrounding customers frowned as they looked at the red-clothed girl, as they all felt that she was going too far. Some people are born lowly like ants. There are some people who are born to be noble and are supreme. The red-clothed girl arrogantly raised her head and said with a condescending tone, You asked where this young miss got the qualifications, and this is this young miss qualifications. In front of this young miss, she's only an ant. You're similarly an ant. So, you don't have the qualifications to speak in front of this young miss. The red-clothed girl had only just finished speaking when the black whip flashed out once again, swinging towards Duan Lingtian. What a good, born lowly. Today, I'll properly teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents, and let you know that no one has the qualifications to casually trample on the dignity of another. Duan Lingtian's voice was icy cold, as he was truly enraged. Die! The red-clothed girl shouted in a low voice, and the whip in her hand seemed to transform into numerous black poisonous snakes that scuttled towards Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand. He only used the strength of less than 7 ancient mammoths. Slap! He easily caught the red-clothed girl's whip in his hand and fiercely shook it. Pooh! The red-clothed girl's hand that held the whip trembled, and she was shaken to the point she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was ghastly pale as she stared at Duan Lingtian, as if she had encountered something extremely inconceivable. You actually dare injure this young miss? What a joke! You want to kill me but I can't hurt you? Duan Lingtian sneered. Did this crazy woman really think that the heavens were the greatest and she was the second? She could kill people but others could only stand there and let her kill them? What kind of logic was this? For a moment, all the customers in the restaurant looked at the woman in red as though they were looking at an idiot. Although they had seen many hedonistic sons of rich families, this was the first time they had seen such an exaggerated one. Do you know who I am? This young lady will give you a chance. Kneel down and kowtow to this young lady 3 times. Perhaps this young lady will show mercy and spare your life. The woman in red looked at Duan Lingtian. Her voice was cold as if she was giving alms to Duan Lingtian. What a joke! Do you really think that you're the judge of life and death? Do you really think that you're the judge of life and death? Duan Lingtian took a step forward, and the icy cold bloody killing intent on his body swept out. The woman in red was enveloped by the killing intent, and her face went pale. Her entire body trembled as she continuously retreated a few steps. She once again looked at Duan Lingtian as if she was looking at a devil. Don't come over here. Don't come over here. Enough. The old woman spoke out as she took a step forward and blocked the woman in red, blocking the peerless killing intent that stretched out from Duan Lingtian's body. At this moment, even the old woman couldn't help but be moved. This youth that looked to be around 18 years old not only had a strength that wasn't inferior to her young miss, he actually possessed such a terrifying killing intent. Even in the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, there probably weren't many people who possessed such killing intent. Who the hell are you? The old woman looked at Duan Lingtian with slight fear. She faintly realized that this violet-clothed youth wasn't simple, and might even have an extraordinary background. Who am I? Duan Lingtian started laughing as he swept the red-clothed woman behind the old woman with his gaze. I'm the ant she spoke of. A naturally lowly ant. What? The naturally noble young miss can only hide behind others now, and don't dare make a move to show off your nobility? Duan Lingtian's voice was filled with ridicule. Kill him, I want him to die. The red-clothed woman was provoked by Duan Lingtian to the point her face flushed red, and she roared with a fierce voice. The old woman's gaze focused as killing intent flashed within. Originally, when she saw Duan Lingtian being so mysterious and unfathomable, she still had misgivings in her heart. Now, when she heard her young miss's order, she didn't hesitate any longer. No matter how extraordinary Duan Lingtian's identity was, he would still die today. Whoosh! The old woman moved, attacking with her full strength, and 80 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, revealing her cultivation. 6th level of the Origin Core Stage. Xiongquan, don't let her disturb me. Right when the hearts of the customers on the 2nd floor were in suspense for Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian instead suddenly spoke such words, causing these customers to feel slightly bewildered. Yes, master. Xiongquan moved, only using the strength of 100 ancient mammoths to stop the old woman and suppress her, causing her to be unable to make a move against Duan Lingtian. 7th level of the Origin Core Stage. The old woman glanced at Xiongquan in terror, and her face went ghastly pale. Don't come over here. Don't come over here. The red-clothed woman's face went ghastly pale when she saw her backer being stopped by someone. Then she saw Duan Lingtian walking towards her. Slap! Duan Lingtian walked forward and raised his hand to slap the red-clothed girl. Then he said in a cold voice, Noble eldest young miss, today allow me, a lowly ant, to properly discipline you on behalf of your parents. This slap is for my wife. Li Fei sat at the side, and a happy smile appeared on her face. You dare slap me? The red-clothed woman was dumbstruck. Even her father had never hit her. Now a strange man actually dared slap her. You're dead. You're dead. The red-clothed woman looked at Duan Lingtian with an icy cold gaze, as if she was looking at a dead man. Slap. Duan Lingtian gave the red-clothed woman another slap, then sneered. This slap is for that big brother from before. Nearby, the middle-aged man with half his face swollen glanced at Duan Lingtian with gratitude. Kid, you'll regret this. Do you know who she is? Meanwhile, the old woman that was suppressed by Xiongquan, her body that seemed as if it would fall in the wind lightly trembled. Don't worry, no matter who she is, I'll properly teach her how to behave on behalf of her parents. Duan Lingtian swept the old woman with a cold and indifferent gaze, then looked at the red-clothed woman with a cold expression. Slap. 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 Slap after slap was swung out, hitting the red-clothed woman until her cheeks were completely swollen, turning her into a pig's head. Didn't you say that you were born noble and supreme? Didn't you say that I was born lowly and wanted to kill an ant like me? Duan Lingtian's voice was filled with coldness and indifference. The red-clothed woman's eyes flickered with icy cold killing intent, as if she was already numb, and she spoke incoherently. You will surely regret this. Stubborn. Duan Lingtian gave the red-clothed woman another slap, and after slapping her down, he stopped and coldly shouted. Fuck off. Don't appear before me again. Otherwise, don't blame me for not showing mercy. Meanwhile, Xiongquan had also returned to Duan Lingtian's side. The old woman regained her freedom and helped the red-clothed woman up before walking down the stairs in large strides. Her icy cold voice sounded from afar. Kid, no matter who you are or what your background is, you prepare to receive the fury of the Fair Sun County's county governor's estate. Fair Sun County's county governor's estate? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a cold smile. The county governor's estate again. He seemed to have a special affinity with the people of the county governor's estate. First it was the Swallow Mountain County's county governor's estate, and now it was the Fair Sun County's county governor's estate. Could it be that the red-clothed woman from before was the daughter of the Fair Sun County's county governor? I've long heard that the Fair Sun County's county governor's daughter is an unruly girl, but I never imagined that she's unruly to such an extent. The expressions of many customers went pale as they paid their bills and left one by one, deeply afraid that they would get into trouble. Little brother. In a short while, only the middle-aged man with a swollen face remained. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a serious expression, "The Fair Sun County's county governor's estate isn't to be trifled with. You'd better leave the imperial city quickly." This is the imperial city. Could it be that the county governor's estate can overturn the heavens? Duan Lingtian was slightly curious. No matter how strong the county governor's estate was, it seemed that its reputation was only spread far and wide within the county that it governed, right? Within the imperial city, a mere county governor's estate dared to be presumptuous? Perhaps he perceived Duan Lingtian's indifference. The middle-aged man had a bitter smile on his face as he explained, "Little brother, you don't know. If it was the county governor's estate of the other 17 counties, then it would be fine. But the Fair Sun County's county governor's estate is different. If I'm not wrong, that red-clothed woman from before ought to be the daughter of the Fair Sun County's county governor, and the younger sister of His Majesty's concubine. That concubine of His Majesty's concubine is also the mother of the current 5th prince." After he finished speaking, the middle-aged man left the restaurant, and he didn't forget to remind Duan Lingtian once again to quickly leave the imperial city. So in this way, that woman from before is the cousin of the 5th prince? Li Fei's beautiful brows frowned as she looked at Duan Lingtian with slight worry. "Scoundrel, what should we do now?" They just arrived at the imperial city, and had already indirectly offended the 5th prince of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial family. This wasn't a good sign. "What's wrong, little Fair? Weren't you so confident just now? Are you afraid now?" Duan Lingtian teased. I'm just worried about you." Li Fei grunted. "All right, let's eat." Duan Lingtian sat back between Li Fei and Kerr as he smiled. Before long, Duan Lingtian looked at the female attendant in the distance and called out to her. Guest, do you need anything?" The female attendant didn't dare look straight at Duan Lingtian. She was also frightened by Duan Lingtian's overbearing side from before. "Don't be nervous. I just wanted to ask you if you know when the inner city is open to the public?" Duan Lingtian squeezed out a trace of a smile on his face as he asked curiously. "Guest, the inner city is open for an hour in the morning, noon and evening." The female attendant's expression eased up a bit. "What's the difference between the inner city and the outer city?" Duan Lingtian asked again. Compared to the outer city, the inner city is much more prosperous. The imperial palace, the mansions of the various large families, and Paladin Academy are all in the inner city. However, even if outsiders enter the inner city, they wouldn't spend the night inside. The inns inside are more than 10 times more expensive than the inns outside. Those who are able to buy a mansion inside are either wealthy or respectable. Chapter 135. From the female attendant, Duan Lingtian found out about the difference between the inner city and outer city. Compared to the outer city, every inch of land in the inner city was worth an inch of gold. "Young master, are we going to the inner city?" Kerr looked at Duan Lingtian and asked. Duan Lingtian smiled. "There's no rush. There's still some time before dusk. Let's return to the inn first after we finish eating." Kerr nodded obediently. When they left the inn, Duan Lingtian had a plan in his heart. He would enter the inner city at dusk and find an inn to stay at, then buy a house to house his family in the imperial city. After all, he had to spend the next few years in Paladin Academy. "Looks like I have to work hard to earn money again." On the way back to the inn, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Although he had 10 million silver on him now, He understood that this little bit of money was probably enough to buy a house in the inner city where every inch of land was worth an inch of gold. Swallow Mountain County's county city, Yu Clan Estate. Within the audience hall, a travel-worn Yu Clan disciple was reporting to the patriarch, Yu Dian. Patriarch, I'm afraid the Grand Elder, Second Elder, and young Master Xiang have met with misfortune. I'm afraid? Yu Dian's face sank and his voice was chilly. This is the result of your investigation? The Yu Clan disciple took a deep breath and slowly said, Patriarch, I searched all along the way and didn't notice the tracks of the Grand Elder and the others. But I've been tracking them all the way to the vicinity of the Imperial City, and I heard that someone used a carriage pulled by 3 Fergana horses to travel, and that carriage had the Li Clan crest on it. The Li Clan's crest? Humph. It ought to be that little bastard Duan Lingtian's carriage. Looks like I've underestimated him. Yu Dian's eyes went cold as he ordered, You go invite the 3 Supreme Elders over. Yes. The Yu Clan disciple received his orders and left. Only when he left the hall did he heave a sigh of relief. Earlier, the patriarch's rage had pressured him to the point he was practically unable to breathe. Second brother Xiang, don't worry. Even if that Duan Lingtian goes to the Imperial City, I'll still make his blood splatter everywhere to comfort your souls in heaven. At this moment Yu Dian, the patriarch of the Yu Clan, was burning with rage. He understood that it was impossible for the 3 of them to still be alive after not hearing from them for nearly half a year. Outside the Imperial City, in an inn that was quiet amidst the chaos. Pa! 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 The sound of things being smashed came from the best room in the inn. Obviously, the guests inside were venting their anger. In the room, the woman in red seemed to have gone mad. Almost everything in the guest room that could be smashed had been smashed by her. When have I, Tong Li, ever suffered such humiliation in my life? If he doesn't die, I swear I'm not human. The red-clothed woman was tired from the fall and sat down on the bed. Her eyes were crimson red, as if she was a bloodthirsty Azura that had crawled out from hell. The old woman stood at the side and kept silent. She knew that when the young miss got angry, not to mention her, even the county governor would be powerless. Granny Wang, the inner city should be open soon. Let's go, I'm going to look for cousin. Tong Li stood up and walked out angrily. Yes. The old woman respectfully followed behind. Rumble. At dusk, along with the gate of the inner city slowly opening, the stream of people that had been waiting on the stone bridge at the gate, as well as the stream of people that had been waiting to leave the city, intertwined as they entered and exited. As a horse carriage walked onto the stone bridge, although the stream of people on the stone bridge surged endlessly, they still moved to the sides. Everyone looked at the horse carriage with reverence as it passed by. A horse carriage pulled by 3 Fergana horses, the people inside were surely wealthy and respectable, and weren't people they could afford to offend. This is the inner city? So many people. Within the carriage, Kerr glanced outside and couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. Within the inner city, there was an endless stream of horse carriages, and what entered her eyes was a dense mass of people. When I saw so many people on the stone bridge earlier, I thought it would take half a day to squeeze in. I didn't expect it to be so smooth. Li Fei's angelic face was filled with smiles, and her devilish figure lazily leaned against the carriage window. Of course, don't underestimate the deterrent force of 3 Fergana horses. Duan Lingtian smiled. Even the county governors' estates of the 18 counties under the Crimson Sky Kingdom might not have the courage to use 3 Fergana horses to pull a horse carriage. It wasn't that they couldn't afford so many Fergana horses, but that they wouldn't waste them like this. Fergana horses were worth tens of thousands of gold, and very few people would be willing to let them pull a horse carriage. When Duan Lingtian's horse carriage smoothly entered the inner city and found an inn to stay at. Outside the gate of the inner city, a horse carriage that was similarly pulled by 3 horses walked onto the stone bridge, but it could only slowly walk on the stone bridge with the speed of an ant. Too slow. The red-clothed girl in the carriage had an extremely unsightly expression. Hey, hurry up. The red-clothed girl pulled open the carriage curtain and shouted at the coachman. Miss, I can't help it. There are so many people and the carriage can't move at all. The coachman had an aggrieved expression. Humph. The red-clothed girl snorted coldly and walked out of the carriage. Her face sank as she looked at the surrounding people on both sides and in front of her. These lowly commoners actually dare to block my path. Slap. The red-clothed girl raised her hand, and the black whip in her hand tore through the sky with a sound. However, this sound was quickly covered by the surrounding clamor, and not many people were able to hear it. You lowly commoners, fuck off. The red-clothed girl swung the whip in her hand and roared with a stern voice. Her voice entered into the ears of the group of people around the horse carriage. These people revealed looks of disdain as they coldly glanced at the 3 ordinary yellow horses pulling the horse carriage, and mocked them without holding back. Do you really think her horse carriage is also pulled by Fergana horses? Yeah, sitting in such a lousy horse carriage, you really think you're somebody. If you have the ability, then go get 3 Fergana horses to pull the carriage, just like the horse carriage in front. You don't have to say anything, and we'll automatically make way for you. Brother, how can you say that? Do you think everyone has the courage to get 3 Fergana horses to pull the carriage? That's true. The mocking words entered into the red-clothed girl's ears, and it caused her expression to become even more unsightly. Slap. She swung the black whip in her hand, wanting to whip these people that mocked her. Miss. The old woman walked out of the carriage and grabbed the red-clothed girl's hand. Granny Wong, what are you doing? I want to teach this group of lowly commoners a lesson. The red-clothed girl's face sank. Miss, if you injure people in front of so many people, you'll surely become the target of everyone. Now, His Majesty the Emperor is old, and the throne is being replaced. Could it be that you want the matter of you whipping commoners for no reason to become a bargaining chip for the other princes to attack the 5th prince? The old woman laughed bitterly as she reminded in a light voice. The red-clothed girl took a deep breath and returned to the carriage with a gloomy expression. This miss can't take it anymore. These lowly commoners actually dared to talk about this miss like this. If this miss finds out who used 3 Fergana horses to pull the carriage through the streets and caused this miss to be ridiculed, this miss won't forgive him. The red-clothed girl was precisely Tong Li, the daughter of the Fair Sun County's county governor. She was also the girl that Duan Lingtian taught a lesson in the restaurant. But if Tong Li knew that the owner of the carriage pulled by 3 Fergana horses was precisely the youth that slapped her in the restaurant not long ago, what expression would she have? In a quiet inn in the inner city. You two stay and chat with my mother. I'll go out with Xiong Quan to do something. Duan Lingtian said to Li Fei and Kerr before leaving with Xiong Quan. The inner city of the imperial city had businesses that specialized in selling houses, and these businesses were directly under the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial family. Now Duan Lingtian brought Xiong Quan into a spacious store. Sir, may I know what kind of house you're looking for? Among the female attendants standing at the entrance of the store, the most beautiful one had a respectful expression as she welcomed Duan Lingtian into the hall. She was able to discern that the violet-clothed youth was the leader of the 2 people in front of her. The hall was very simple. Besides a few counters, there was only a model laid out in the middle of the hall. These models were all models of houses, and they were all separated from each other. I didn't expect that in this world, there would be something similar to the building models on Earth from my previous life. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and he felt a wave of familiarity. Sir, these are all houses that haven't been sold yet. Please take a look and see which one you like. The female attendant pointed at the rows of house models and introduced them with a smile. Okay. Duan Lingtian nodded. Just when Duan Lingtian was about to carefully size up these houses, a young man around the age of 19 walked into the store with an old man. The young man had an arrogant expression, and he was obviously a rich playboy. Sir, may I ask if you want to buy a house? Another female attendant went up to greet them. Nonsense, if this young master didn't come here to buy a house, could it be that I'm here to see you? Let this young master see what kind of houses you have here. The young man's words were full of condescension, causing the female attendant's face to turn green and white. However, she didn't dare to say anything. A person who could afford a house in the inner city was not someone she could afford to offend. Duan Lingtian frowned and glanced at the young man indifferently, but he didn't say anything. He just looked at the house model in front of him. Hey, this young lady looks pretty good. Hey, Xiu. This young master doesn't need her to entertain him. You entertain this young master. The young man walked to Duan Lingtian's side and looked at the female attendant who greeted Duan Lingtian. His lustful eyes seemed to be able to strip off all the clothes on the female attendant. "Sorry, sir. I'm currently entertaining this customer, so I don't have time for the time being." The female attendant took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in her heart, and said in a low voice, "What did you say?" The young man glared and scolded. "Young lady, do you fucking know who this young master is?" This young master is a member of the Jade Orchid County's Duan clan. The Imperial City's Duan clan is the main clan of our Duan clan. Besides that, do you know the Imperial City's Duan clan's direct descendant, young master Duan Lingxing? Let me tell you, that's this young master's cousin. The female attendant was frightened to the point her face went pale when she heard this. Imperial City's Duan clan? That was one of the few great powers in the Crimson Sky Kingdom that was second only to the imperial family. Duan Lingxing? Duan Lingtian's mind was completely thrown into chaos by the young man, and a cold light flashed within his eyes as he looked at the young man. Duan Lingxing's cousin? Kid, what are you looking at? Unconvinced? Let me tell you, I, Duan Rong, am not someone you can afford to offend. The young man had a face of disdain when he saw Duan Lingtian look over, and he spoke with a condescending tone. Attention, brothers and sisters using Apple devices. Because of copyright restrictions, the next chapter can't be seen in the reading center of the Apple mobile phone QQ. You can download the QQ reading app to see. If you find the Apple QQ reading app troublesome to recharge, you can open the browser on your mobile phone. After entering the web page, click on the top right corner to search for Ling Tian War Reverend and continue reading. Save the web page bookmark for convenience and speed. Chapter 136. Duan Lingtian was still surprised just now, as he didn't expect to meet Duan Lingxing's cousin here. Now he hadn't even spoken when he was mocked and ridiculed by the other party, and he couldn't help but feel angry. Idiot! The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth slightly curved as he slowly spat out these two words. Duan Rong was dumbfounded. This purple-clothed youth actually called him an idiot? He thought he had heard wrongly and asked uncertainly, "What did you say just now?" Duan Lingtian didn't pay any more attention to this good-for-nothing. Although the other party was Duan Lingxing's cousin, it didn't have much to do with him. He had enmity with Duan Lingxing, but he wouldn't implicate the other party's family for no reason. In his previous life, he mixed in the mercenary world and licked blood on the blade. He always adhered to one of his principles. Don't implicate the family. Even his enemies in his previous life admired him from the bottom of their hearts on this point. Of course, if this Duan Rong didn't know what was good for him and wanted to find trouble with him, he wasn't someone who was afraid of trouble. What's the price of these houses? Duan Lingtian lightly smiled at the female attendant beside him and asked. The female attendant came back to her senses, and Duan Lingtian's smile made her feel as if she was bathed in a spring breeze. The unhappiness caused by the matter just now was temporarily thrown to the back of her mind, and she seriously explained to Duan Lingtian. Yes, look at this house. It's divided into two buildings, the main building and the secondary building. There are a total of 20 bedrooms, 2 kitchens, a hall, a front yard, and a backyard. Our house here is equipped with all new furniture and daily necessities. If you add everything up, it would cost 8 million silver. 8 million silver? Looking at the house that the female attendant pointed at, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but click his tongue. Duan Rong stood at the side, his face flushed red. When had he ever been ignored like this? Looking at the purple-clothed youth and this beautiful female attendant talking and laughing, a ball of fire couldn't help but rise in his heart. Kid, didn't you hear what this young master said just now? I want this female attendant, Duan Rong coldly said, his voice containing an unquestionable tone, and was incomparably overbearing. Guessed. The waitress turned pale and was frightened by Duan Lingtian's roar. She looked at Duan Lingtian worriedly. In this world there are dogs barking everywhere. You'll get used to it. Continue. Duan Lingtian had an indifferent expression on his face. Just as he had said, there were so many mad dogs in this world. He couldn't possibly kill all of them, could he? As long as they didn't bite him, he would just ignore them and let them scream as they wished. Seeing that Lingtian was so calm, the waitress heaved a sigh of relief. She also realized that even though this young man had heard of the other party's background, he was still fearless. It was obvious that he wasn't afraid of the other party. Barking. Duanrong's face completely darkened, and he shouted angrily, "Boy, you are courting death." As soon as he finished speaking, Duanrong pounced on Duan Lingtian. Above him, 7 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form 5th level of the core formation stage. Guest, watch out. The waitress's face went pale. She never imagined that this good-for-nothing rich kid would actually have such a high cultivation, and she hurriedly warned Duan Lingtian. At the same time, she unconsciously blocked in front of Duan Lingtian, and she closed her eyes in fear as her delicate body trembled. "You're courting death." Duanrong's eyes emitted a jealous and frenzied expression when he saw that the waitress was actually willing to be Duan Lingtian's shield. His palm descended, and origin energy palm images suffused the air as it blasted towards the waitress. "I think it's you who's courting death." Duan Lingtian's icy cold voice seemed as if it came from the depths of hell. Spirit serpent movement technique. Duan Lingtian's figure moved, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into a spirit serpent as he moved along the waitress' delicate body and circled around to arrive in front of her. At the critical moment, Duan Lingtian's hands shook, and palm images and fist images whistled out to intercept Duanrong's palm strike. Finishing touch. Amidst the palm images and fist images that covered the sky, Duan Lingtian pointed out with his finger, and an ear-piercing howl sounded out as his finger tapped onto Duanrong's palm strike that whistled over. Whoosh! Instantly, 8 ancient mammoth silhouettes gradually condensed into form above Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian utilized the strength of almost 9 ancient mammoths in this finger strike. 6th level of the core formation stage. The old man that followed behind Duanrong originally stood at the side with a calm expression. Even when Duanrong attacked, he didn't express anything. But now, when he saw Duanrong's opponent reveal a strength that firmly suppressed Duanrong, his face sank, and he instantly moved, leaving behind a string of afterimages as he flashed towards Duan Lingtian and shouted out explosively, "Stop!" Above the old man, the strength of 60 ancient mammoths condensed into form, 4th level of the origin core stage. Humph! A cold snort that was like a thunderclap instantly resounded throughout the entire hall. A robust figure that was like a mountain instantly blocked the old man's path, and casually punched out, as if it was beneath him to even use a martial skill, as it smashed onto the old man's chest and directly blasted the old man flying. The old man came quickly, and left even faster. 7th level of the origin core stage. When the old man flew out, he vaguely saw 100 ancient mammoth silhouettes flash above the person that attacked. And at almost the exact same moment, hiss! Duan Lingtian's finger tapped onto Duanrong's palm strike that approached menacingly. Instantly, the strength of his finger was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Ah! Accompanied by the strange sound of bones breaking, Duanrong emitted a shrill cry, and his figure stopped, following in the old man's footsteps as he was sent flying by Duan Lingtian's finger. Bang! Bang! The old man's body had just fallen to the ground when Duanrong's body fell along with him, and just happened to land beside the old man. The intense pain that came from his palm caused Duanrong to emit a wave of miserable shrill cries. Eighth elder. My wrist bone's broken. The old man spat out a mouthful of blood, then glanced at the robust middle-aged man with terror before slowly standing up and supporting Duanrong to leave the store and head towards the Duan clan estate that the Duan clan resided in. The female attendant had already opened her eyes. However, the palm strike that she expected didn't descend onto her, and she only saw the backs of the profligate young man and the old man by his side leaving. Who the heck is he? Subsequently, her gaze descended onto the violet-clothed youth, and her eyes were filled with curiosity and disbelief. Everything that happened earlier only happened in the time it took for a bolt of lightning to return to her senses, yet she noticed that everything had already ended. But she was still able to recall that although she blocked in front of the violet-clothed youth, the violet-clothed youth still circled around to arrive before her in the end. Why? Suddenly, a slightly young voice entered into her ears. It caused her to feel as if she was jolted awake from a dream, and she had a perturbed expression. Guest. Why did you block in front of me earlier? Aren't you afraid of death? Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he looked at the female attendant before him. I don't know either. I just felt at that time that I couldn't let anything happen to you, then I subconsciously The female attendant recalled everything that happened earlier and had an indescribable feeling. Even she herself didn't know why she'd done that earlier, and now that she recalled it, she felt a wave of lingering fear. "What's your name?" Duan Lingtian asked with a smile on his face from the beginning until the end. "Guest, I'm called Jingru." The female attendant replied respectfully. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded. Then his gaze once again descended onto the model of the house that Jingru introduced earlier. "I think this house isn't bad. Do you have one that's close to Paladin Academy?" Paladin Academy? Jingru's delicate figure shook, and her eyes emitted a sheen of disbelief. Guess you're a student of Paladin Academy? I can be considered to be. I've obtained the qualifications to enter the academy and haven't reported myself yet." Duan Lingtian shook his head. Jingru was shocked. She'd never imagined that the youth before her would actually be a student of Paladin Academy. If one wanted to enter Paladin Academy, besides the Imperial family and a few large clans in the Imperial city that had the qualifications to recommend, only those genius martial artists that had passed through layers upon layers of screening and overcome all obstacles along the way were able to obtain the qualifications to enter the academy. No matter how she looked at it, the violet-clothed youth before her was only around the age of 18. No matter what method he used to obtain the qualifications to enter the academy, it was sufficient to cause her to be shocked and even look up to him. Taking a deep breath, Jingru slowly said, "Guest, your luck isn't bad. There just happens to be a house like this near Paladin Academy." Duan Lingtian nodded. "Then this house it is. How do I go through the procedures?" With Jingru's help, Duan Lingtian spent 8 million silver to buy the house that Jingru introduced. Money handed over, goods handed over. Duan Lingtian withdrew 10 million silver with a wave of his hand, then counted out 8 million silver and threw it onto the counter. His entire movement was like moving clouds and flowing water. The manager behind the counter that was in charge of registration was also shocked by Duan Lingtian's large spending, and he respectfully handed over the title deed and key to Duan Lingtian. "Jingru, can you bring me over to have a look?" Duan Lingtian looked at Jingru and asked with a light smile. When Jingru heard this, she glanced at the manager with slight hesitation. "Go ahead." The manager nodded. Although this guest was young, he was so generous. Obviously, he had an extraordinary background, and he wasn't willing to easily offend him. Under Jingru's lead, Duan Lingtian arrived at the house he bought. The situation of the house was more or less the same as the model he saw before. The furniture and daily necessities were complete, and it saved him a lot of trouble. "Guest, do you have any other questions?" Jingru brought Duan Lingtian to walk around the courtyard house as she asked respectfully. "Jingru." Duan Lingtian looked at Jingru and lightly smiled. "Are you interested in being my manager?" Jingru was stunned and didn't come back to her senses. Duan Lingtian continued, "I'm afraid that Duan Rong will make trouble for you because of what happened today. Although you are a member of the royal family's property, and he doesn't dare to make trouble for you openly. But he is a despicable person who can do anything secretly. If you are my manager, you are mainly responsible for the daily access and the daily management of the house. You don't need to do anything else, and it will definitely be easier than your previous job. In addition, I can pay you double." When he bought this house, Duan Lingtian had a plan in mind. He would find a manager. He would also find several maids and cooks. In the future, he would leave the trivial matters of the house to the manager, and let his mother and his 2 future daughters-in-law practice peacefully. Think about it carefully. You can come to me at any time within 3 days. Chapter 137. Duan Lingtian didn't have any other intentions when taking care of Jingru like this, and it was only purely out of concern. Although Jingru's appearance wasn't bad, but compared to Li Fei and Kerr, she was still lacking by quite a bit. At most, she was only at the same level as Li Shi. As the former king of mercenaries, Duan Lingtian was a person who knew how to be grateful. Although Jingru's action of blocking in front of him was superfluous, Jingru didn't know his background at that time, so she obviously threw her life away. Such a kind-hearted girl was extremely suitable to be the housekeeper of the house he bought, and he could completely trust her. "Xiongquan, let's return to the inn and bring my mother and the others over." After Jingru left, Duan Lingtian locked the door to the house and left with Xiongquan. Duan clan estate. As a large clan that was only inferior to the imperial family in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, the Duan clan estate occupied a vast and boundless area. At this moment, in a large courtyard of the Duan clan estate, a fat woman around 150 kilograms was helping Duan Rong bandage his wounds. The fat woman's small eyes flickered with viciousness. "Rong, do you know who injured you?" Duan Rong angrily shook his head. "I don't know." "Don't worry, Aunt will surely find out and take revenge for you." The fat woman's voice revealed a sense of gloominess. "Thank you, Aunt." Duan Rong had a face full of excitement, as he knew the power of this aunt. Although his uncle, the second master of the Duan clan, had his dantian crippled by someone 20 years ago, but during these years, his uncle was in charge of many of the Duan clan's businesses, and his status in the Duan clan was only below the patriarch and a few supreme elders. His uncle, on the other hand, listened to his aunt the most. "Go rest first. I'll ask your uncle to send someone to help you with the matter of buying a house for you. When the time comes, you can directly move in. Also, after entering Paladin Academy, you must strive hard. The Duan clan only has 5 recommendation quotas every year, and your uncle gave you the only one he had. You can't lose face for him." The fat woman looked at Duan Rong as she slowly spoke. "Aunt, I will surely not disappoint you and uncle." Duan Rong nodded fiercely and turned away. After Duan Rong left, a cold light flashed through the chubby woman's small eyes. "No matter who you are, I'll kill you if you dare to hurt my nephew." Very soon, the plump woman stood up with great difficulty. Her body weighed more than 150 kilograms, and when she took a step forward, the earth quaked and the mountains swayed. To the north of the Duan clan residence, there was a luxurious residence a few streets away. A carriage had just stopped at the entrance of the mansion when a red figure flew out of the carriage and headed straight for the gate of the mansion. "Who is it?" At the gate, 4 guards stopped him. "How dare you stop me? Open your dog eyes and see who I am." The woman in red flew into a rage and turned into a glaring Vajra. She tightened her grip on the black whip. One of the family guards recognized this person and his expression changed. He hurriedly lowered his head and bowed. "Young Lady Li, this lowly one didn't recognize you for a moment. Please forgive me." "Miss Li?" The expressions of the other 3 guards also changed greatly, and they hurriedly bowed in salute. They also remembered. This demoness was none other than their 5th prince's cousin, the only daughter of the Pingyang County's county chief, Tong Li. "Forgive me? Stop dreaming. I'll teach all of you a lesson on behalf of my cousin today." Tong Li wasn't so magnanimous. With a raise of her hand, the whip in her hand seemed to have transformed into a black venomous snake that directly flashed towards the 4 guards and fiercely swung onto their bodies. Slap! 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 Although the 4 guards were beaten to the point their flesh was split open, they didn't dare make a sound. They knew that if they were to make a sound, the punishment would be even heavier. "Humph! At least all of you are sensible. Granny Wang, let's go look for my cousin." After Tong Li vented her anger, she put away the whip and walked into the residence in large strides. The faces of the 4 guards were ghastly pale. They only caught their breaths after Tong Li disappeared before their eyes, and they had expressions of lingering fear in their hearts. I never imagined that after a few years, this young Lady Li's temper hasn't changed in the slightest. Not only hasn't changed, I feel that it's even worse. I still remember when she came 3 years ago. Half of my hair was burned by her. What's the meaning of this? 10 years ago, when she was still a little girl, she snuck into my room and put a venomous snake in my bathtub. If it wasn't for the 5th prince bestowing medicine, I would have been poisoned to death at that time. This she-devil has come again. Looks like the residence is going to be troublesome again. The 4 guards had expressions of lingering fear in their hearts, and they had expressions of being unable to bear to recall the past. Within the luxurious residence, within the pergola in the rear courtyard, a refined young man around the age of 30 sat there as he calmly savored fragrant tea behind him. An old man with white eyebrows stood there, unmoving like a mountain. "Cousin!" Suddenly, a voice sounded out from afar, causing the refined young man's brows to twitch, and a trace of tender affection appeared on his face. The corners of the old man's mouth twitched, and his expression was slightly unnatural. In next to no time, Tong Li arrived before the refined young man, and her eyes turned red as tears flowed down like rain. "Cousin, you must seek justice for me." The refined young man, the fifth prince of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial family, couldn't help but be stunned. "Li, what's wrong? Who offended you?" It was difficult for him to imagine that there was actually someone who could bully this cousin of his. Woo-woo. Tong Li threw herself into the fifth prince's embrace, and as if she'd found a place to vent, she started crying loudly. "Granny Wang, what's going on?" When the fifth prince looked at the old woman that followed Tong Li over, the tender affection in his eyes vanished, and traces of dignity were emitted. This was the dignity of a person in a high position, and it pressured the old woman to the point of lowering her head. The old woman hurriedly said, "Fifth prince, the matter is like this. The young miss and I a few hours ago." The old woman spoke of what happened to them in the restaurant. Slap! The fifth prince's hand descended, and his origin energy skyrocketed, causing the stone table before him to be directly smashed into pieces. His eyes flickered with a fierce light, and his voice was low and deep. "What did you say? That person slapped Li over 10 times? Yes." The old woman lowered her head. Tong Li raised her head and cried as she said, "Cousin, look, it's already been a few hours. Even though I've consumed the icy muscle pill, the bruises on my face still haven't been completely removed." The fifth prince looked at the faint bruises on Tong Li's face, and the fierce light in his eyes grew even more intense. Icy muscle pill. A grade 7 medicinal pill that treated external injuries of the skin, and its miraculous effect was remarkable. After consuming the icy muscle pill, a few hours had passed, and the bruises still hadn't been completely removed. It could be imagined how severe the injuries she suffered before were. "Who is he?" The refined temperament on the fifth prince's face vanished without a trace, and replacing it was fierceness. His gaze descended onto the old woman, and the old woman's face went pale. "Fifth prince, I don't know. I only know that there are 4 of them. A violet-clothed youth around the age of 18, a middle-aged man at the 7th level of the origin core stage, and 2 other girls that wore veils and weren't older than 20. The fifth prince took a deep breath. "Old Bai. White-browed is here." White-browed old man took a step forward, looked at the fifth prince and bowed respectfully. "Go investigate thoroughly. I want to see who actually dares to injure even my cousin," the fifth prince instructed, and his eyes emitted dense killing intent. He was born in the imperial family, and although he had many brothers and sisters of the same father, there wasn't a single one that he could entrust his heart to. Only this cousin of his wouldn't scheme against him, and wouldn't fight for power and influence with him. So, he'd always doted on this cousin of his. "Cousin, capture him alive. I want to kill him with my own 2 hands." Tong Li's voice contained boundless icy coldness mixed within. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know that on the first day he arrived at the imperial city, he'd provoked 2 big troubles. Presently he was sitting on the carriage, chatting and laughing with the 3 girls as they headed towards the courtyard house he bought. "Scoundrel, why did you sell the Fergana horse?" Li Fei asked curiously. "I sold it when I lacked money. In any case, I won't have any use for it in the imperial city in the future. I'll just buy it when I need it in the future," Duan Lingtian casually said. Buying the courtyard house cost him 8 million silver, and now with the remaining 2 million silver and the 3 million silver he obtained from selling the Fergana horse, he had another 5 million silver. Walking in the imperial city, the Fergana horse didn't have any advantage, and an ordinary steed was sufficient. "Young master, what's the surprise you spoke of?" Kerr blinked her watery eyes as she asked Duan Lingtian curiously. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. "It wouldn't be a surprise if I told you now. Why are you being so mysterious? Who cares?" Li Fei rebuked Duan Lingtian, but the truth was that a trace of curiosity still flashed within the depths of her eyes. Finally the carriage stopped. "Master, we've arrived." Xiong Quan's voice followed along. When the 3 girls saw Duan Lingtian unlock and open the door to the courtyard house before them, they were stunned for a moment. "Tian, this is the courtyard house you bought?" Li Ro asked in surprise. That year, she'd once lived in the Duan clan for a few years, so she naturally knew that every inch of land in the imperial city was precious. The courtyard house before them might not be worth mentioning when compared to the Duan clan estate, But even so, this courtyard house was at least 7 to 8 million silver. Surprised, right? Duan Lingtian smiled. The three girls nodded as they followed Duan Lingtian into the courtyard house. This surprise was too great. Xiongquan also led the carriage in and closed the door to the courtyard house on the way. Scoundrel! This courtyard house cost a lot of money, right? Li Fei suppressed the shock in her heart as she looked at Duan Lingtian and blinked her beautiful eyes. Don't worry about how much money it costs, see if you like it. The building on the left is the main building with 7 large bedrooms, and the main building leads directly to the backyard. The one on the right is a subsidiary building with 13 bedrooms. I plan to leave it for the servant girls and the chef to live in. Duan Lingtian slowly introduced. Soon Li Ro was pulled around the courtyard house by the excited Li Fei and Kerr. In the future, they would be the owners of this courtyard house. Knock knock. Suddenly, the sound of knocking came from the door. Under Duan Lingtian's signal, Xiongquan walked over and asked in a low voice, "Who is it?" "It's me." An anxious woman's voice came from outside the door. "Open the door." Duan Lingtian recognized that this was the voice of the housekeeper he'd decided on, Jingru. Chapter 138. Jingru, what's the matter? When Duan Lingtian saw Jingru once again, he couldn't help but ask curiously when he noticed that she had brought a package over. "Young master, the Duan clan's second master sent someone to inquire about the location of your courtyard house from the manager. Although the manager didn't say anything due to the rules, and that person couldn't do anything about it. But the Duan clan's second master's methods are too brilliant. I'm afraid it won't take long for him to find you here." After Jingru entered, she hadn't stopped talking, and after she finished speaking, she revealed a worried expression. "You're here to deliver the news?" Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he slowly nodded, then asked. Jingru blushed. "I've come to seek refuge with young master this time. I didn't think that the Duan clan's second master would interfere. If he were to interfere, then he would sooner or later come looking for me. Since it's like this, I might as well leave." Duan Lingtian was stunned, as he never thought that the Duan clan's second master would actually help him. Seeing Duan Lingtian's current expression, Jingru's face went pale. "Young master, you wouldn't be regretting it, right? What are you thinking?" "I, Duan Lingtian, have never taken back the words I've said." How could Duan Lingtian not know that Jingru had misunderstood? And he lightly smiled as he explained. "Duan Lingtian?" Jingru's beautiful brows frowned. "Young master, could it be that you're a member of the Duan clan as well? According to my knowledge, the younger generation of the Duan clan's direct line of descent is the Ling generation. I was in the past, but not now." Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently. He didn't have any sense of belonging to the Duan clan. Even if that cheapskate father of his returned, he still wouldn't return to the Duan clan. That clan that was cold and indifferent like ice, forcing an orphan and a widow to leave alive. He would never forget the generous gift of the Duan clan in his entire life. Jingru was smart. She knew that Duan Lingtian didn't want to say, so she didn't ask. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian's expression eased up. Then he withdrew a stack of silver and passed it to Jingru as he said with a light smile, "Jingru, from today onwards, you're the manager of this courtyard house of mine. Take this money. In these few days, go recruit a few servant girls with passable conduct that are diligent and reliable. Also find 2 chefs. As for the salary, make it double that of the servant girls and chefs of those large families." "Yes, young master." Jingru took the banknotes and nodded quickly. "I will do it well. I won't let you down. If I didn't trust you, I wouldn't have let you be the butler." Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He made this decision because he liked Jingru's character. "Also, you can stay with us in the main building from now on. There are 7 bedrooms anyway. My family, Xiongquan, and I only occupy 5 bedrooms. That's 2 extra bedrooms." Duan Lingtian added. "Thank you, young master." Jingru's face was full of excitement and gratitude. In her opinion, the young master let her live in the main building, which meant that he didn't treat her as an outsider. "Bad guy, who is she?" A fragrant wind blew. Li Fei held Duan Lingtian's arm, as if she was declaring the ownership of Duan Lingtian. Her eyes fell on Jingru with a vigilant look. "This is the butler I found, Jingru. Jingru, this is my fiancée Li Fei. Duan Lingtian introduced Li Fei and Jingru to each other. Butler? Li Fei's vigilance on her face relaxed. She smiled at Jingru. Hello, Sister Jingru. Jingru was flattered and said quickly, Young madam, you can call me Jingru. The words young madam from Jingru caused Li Fei to beam. Then she held Jingru's hand and walked in. Sister Jingru, let's go. I'll introduce Aunt Ro and Kerr to you. Duan Lingtian revealed a smile as he looked at Jingru getting familiar with the 3 women of his family in the blink of an eye. Swish. Swish. Right at this moment, 2 flowing lights that were like bolts of lightning flashed out and flashed straight towards Duan Lingtian. It was like a bolt of lightning. Master, watch out. The nearby Xiong Quan's face went ghastly pale, and his figure flashed out to vanish on the spot. When he appeared once more, he was already before Duan Lingtian. Swish. Instantly, his 3-foot-long sword flashed out, and above him, over 500 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed. Xiong Quan used his full strength when facing the 2 flowing lights that flashed over, and it could be seen how fearful Xiong Quan was of these 2 flowing lights that suddenly appeared. However, even then Xiong Quan's sword strike still missed. The 2 flowing lights flashed past his sword strike and flashed towards Duan Lingtian Master. Xiong Quan's face went ghastly pale, and his entire body broke out in cold sweat. If his master died, he wouldn't be able to live either. All right, Xiong Quan, put away your sword. Duan Lingtian's voice sounded out, causing Xiong Quan's heart to calm down. When he returned to his senses, he noticed that there were 2 strange little pythons in Duan Lingtian's hand. Little black, little white, you've finally woken up. Duan Lingtian teased the 2 little pythons, and he noticed that after sleeping for half a year, the 2 little pythons had actually undergone an extremely great transformation. Not only was the horn on their heads completely revealed now, it even flickered with a strand of light, a faint light. I truly never imagined that your current speed would be so swift. Exactly what sort of variant are you? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh with emotion. When his origin energy fused into the bodies of the 2 little pythons, he noticed a shocking thing. The snow python's inner core had actually been completely digested by the 2 little pythons. No wonder their current speed had obviously surpassed that of the snow pythons at their peak. Even when Xiong Quan utilized a grade 7 spirit weapon at full strength, he was still unable to touch them. But luckily, they were fine. Duan Lingtian felt a wave of lingering fear. He hadn't mentioned the 2 little pythons to Xiong Quan, so Xiong Quan didn't know of their existence. Hiss hiss, the 2 little pythons flicked their tongues at Duan Lingtian, and they were extremely mischievous. Seeing this scene, Xiong Quan's scalp went numb, and he asked in disbelief, Master, are these fierce beasts you're raising? Sort of. Duan Lingtian nodded. Now, his thoughts were still fixed at the moment the little pythons flashed towards him, and he vaguely saw over 1,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes flash past in the sky. It was so fast that he wasn't able to clearly see the exact number of ancient mammoth silhouettes, and he only vaguely caught some afterimages. Xiao He, demonstrate for me how strong you are now. Duan Lingtian looked at the little black snake and lightly rubbed its little head. The little black snake seemed to be able to understand Duan Lingtian's words, and it flicked out its tongue before instantly flashing out and scuttling up a large tree in the front courtyard. It flirtatiously hung upside down on a branch, and blinked its lively eyes at Duan Lingtian this time. Duan Lingtian saw it clearly. Whoosh! Right at this moment, the little white snake moved as well, and copied the little black snake and hung on the branch. 600 mammoth silhouettes. Duan Lingtian fiercely gulped down a mouthful of saliva. He noticed that no matter if it was the little black snake or the little white snake, they both possessed a terrifying strength at the 4th level of the nascent soul stage. No wonder they were able to dodge Xiong Quan's full strength strike. Xiong Quan had only recovered to the 3rd level of the nascent soul stage, and if he didn't use a spirit weapon, his full strength would be comparable to the strength of 400 ancient mammoths. If he used his grade 7 spirit weapon, he would be able to exert the strength of close to 520 ancient mammoths. Compared to any of the little pythons, there would be a large gap. I never imagined that after they completely digested the snow python's inner core, such a terrifying change would actually occur. Unbelievable. Duan Lingtian's mood was unable to calm down for a long time, and some doubts arose within his heart. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, The snow python's inner core shouldn't be able to cause such a change to occur to the two little pythons. Perhaps there was some secret within that he didn't know. Perhaps there was something else within the snow python's inner core. But unfortunately, the snow python's inner core had been completely digested by the two little pythons, and there was no way to investigate. No matter what, the two little pythons transforming once again caused Duan Lingtian to feel a wave of joy. This also meant that he had two more experts with strengths that surpassed Xiong Quan by his side. The two little pythons were connected in their hearts, and so long as he slightly guided them, the little pythons would be able to transform into indestructible sharp blades in his hand, sharp blades that could pierce into the chest of an enemy. Duan Lingtian waved his hand, and the two little pythons returned to his hand. Fear appeared in Xiong Quan's eyes. He understood that even if any of the little pythons were to attack him, it would be difficult for him to escape death now. Even if there was a 7th-grade spirit weapon, the result would still be the same. Duan Lingtian naturally noticed Xiong Quan's gaze. This was also good. From now on, Xiong Quan not only had to worry about the poison he used, he also had to worry about these two little pythons that were completely obedient to his orders. He understood that Xiong Quan was a smart person and knew how to make a choice. Late at night, because there was no chef, Jingru personally cooked dinner, and the taste made Duan Lingtian and the others praise it endlessly. Sister Jingru, I didn't expect your culinary skills to be so good, Kerr said with a smile. Young mistress, you flatter me. How can I compare to those professional chefs? Jingru slightly shook her head. Sister Jingru, you can just call me Kerr. Being addressed as young mistress caused Kerr to blush. After dinner, Li Ro, Li Fei, and Kerr returned to their new rooms. Xiong Quan stood behind Duan Lingtian and played the role of a competent bodyguard. Jingru. Duan Lingtian called over Jingru, who had just come out of the kitchen. Young master, is there something you need? Jingru had a bewildered expression as she asked curiously. Jingru, you seem to be extremely fearful when mentioning the Duan clan's second master today. According to my knowledge, isn't this Duan clan's second master an ordinary person with a crippled dantian? Duan Lingtian had always been unable to wrap his head around this matter. He knew that the Duan clan's second master, Duan Rulei, had his dantian accidentally crippled by his cheapskate father, Duan Ruffing, all those years ago. A 9th-level body-tempering martial artist with a crippled dantian was actually able to cause Jingru's expression to change? Young master, there's something you don't know. Although the Duan clan's second master's dantian has been crippled, he's still an expert at doing business. Most of the businesses under the Duan clan were single-handedly supported by him. Although he doesn't have his cultivation, he controls the Duan clan's economic lifeline. His status in the Duan clan is only beneath the patriarch and the supreme elders. When Jingru heard what Duan Lingtian said, she knew that Duan Lingtian didn't know of the Duan clan's current situation. Chapter 139. Within the spacious room, Duan Lingtian lay on the soft bed and looked at the ceiling with a flickering gaze. Jingru's words from before caused him to feel as if he was jolted awake from a dream. He suddenly realized that many of his thoughts in the past were still too naive. According to his previous thoughts, after arriving at the imperial city, he would directly pay a visit to the Duan clan, challenge Duan Lingxing, and kill him. In this way, the Duan clan could only suffer in silence. But now it would seem that the matter wasn't as simple as he thought. Not to mention anything else. With the current status of Duan Lingxing's father, the Duan clan's second master, Duan Rulei, even if he openly killed Duan Lingxing, he would surely suffer Duan Rulei's crazy revenge in the dark. He wasn't afraid of it himself, but he had to consider the people around him. Looks like the matter of taking revenge on Duan Lingxing needs to be considered at length. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and closed his eyes as he thought of a countermeasure. Besides Xiong Quan, the experts by his side were only the two little pythons. If the two little pythons joined forces and caught the opponent off guard, killing a 5th-level nascent soul stage martial artist shouldn't be a problem. But if it was a 6th-level nascent soul stage martial artist, even if Xiong Quan and the two little pythons joined forces, they still might not be able to kill the martial artist. Duan Rulei's status in the Duan clan is so high. Not to mention a 6th-level nascent soul stage martial artist, even a 7th-level nascent soul stage martial artist would probably be able to command him. The strength I control is still too weak. Duan Lingtian slowly opened his eyes and a bright light flashed within. Cultivate. As long as he broke through to the origin core stage, he would be able to condense a grade 8 pill fire and become a grade 8 alchemist, then he would be able to refine a grade 8 spirit cleansing pill for Xiongquan. At that time, Xiongquan's strength would recover by another third. According to Duan Lingtian's estimation, he should be able to barely recover to the first level of the void prying stage. If Xiongquan was a first-level void prying stage martial artist, why would I have to be so restrained? Duan Lingtian's eyes had a piercingly cold light as he closed his eyes. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, raging python form. The origin energy within Duan Lingtian's body madly battered his fleshly body, unceasingly undergoing tempering. If his fleshly body was unable to complete the tempering, then he would be unable to break through to the 5th level of the core formation stage. It could be said that the Berserk Python transformation had, to a certain extent, slowed down Duan Lingtian's cultivation speed. This was also the reason why it was very difficult for him to catch up to Ke and Li Fei in terms of cultivation. There was now an additional step in his cultivation, tempering his fleshly body. That night, Duan Lingtian cultivated for the entire night. Early the next morning, he discovered that he didn't feel tired at all. Although the tempering of his body for the 4th level of the core formation stage hadn't been completed, he still noticed some changes in himself. My spiritual power seems to have improved yet again. Just a little more, and it will be comparable to a nascent soul realm martial artist's spiritual power. After discovering this, Duan Lingtian was pleasantly surprised. If he possessed spiritual power that was comparable to a nascent soul realm martial artist, then it meant that he could inscribe an inscription of a higher grade than the Blood Crescent inscription. The Blood Crescent inscription, if used unexpectedly, could kill a martial artist below the nascent soul stage. However, it was unable to pose any threat to a nascent soul realm martial artist. If he wanted to deal with a nascent soul realm martial artist, then he must use an even higher grade offensive inscription. Scoundrel, you broke through? Duan Lingtian walked out of the main building and arrived at the front courtyard. His glowing appearance caused Li Fei to be surprised. No. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Only he knew what he was happy about. Between you and Ke, who's more formidable now? Duan Lingtian forgot about Ke, who was concentrating on her sword practice, and lightly smiled as he asked Li Fei. Li Fei smiled. After little sister Ke's ice condensation sword stepped into the perfection stage, I'm no longer a match for her. Moreover, her cultivation should be about to step into the 6th level of the core formation stage. Li Fei wasn't jealous of Ke's strength that surpassed her. During these past 2 years, she and Ke got along very well, as if they were blood-related sisters. Of course, this was only limited to Ke. Perhaps it was because Ke followed Duan Lingtian first and she was a latecomer. Li Fei was instead extremely vigilant towards the other women that appeared by Duan Lingtian's side, as she wasn't willing to share Duan Lingtian with a third woman. Ke. Duan Lingtian looked at the beautiful figure in the distance with slight surprise. He never imagined that Ke's improvement would be so great. Presently, Ke was the same as him, already 18 years old. A girl changes 18 times between childhood and womanhood, and the current Ke was simply like a completely different person compared to the young and inexperienced little girl from 3 years ago. Whoosh! Ke drew her sword. Origin energy suffused the sword, and an icy cold aura swept out, as if the entire sword was covered in a layer of cold air. This was Ice Condensation Sword, a high-grade profound rank sword skill. It was also a sword skill within the top cultivation method Ke cultivated, Frost God Sword Technique. The following month, the courtyard house was very peaceful. Besides occasionally teasing his 2 future wives, Duan Lingtian was bitterly cultivating. Facts proved that the improvement of concentrating on cultivation was much faster than when he was hurrying on the carriage. After all, he couldn't avoid being disturbed by some things on the road. In half a month's time, Duan Lingtian completed the tempering of his fleshly body for the 4th level of the core formation stage, and started to charge towards the 5th level of the core formation stage. Something worthy of mentioning was that his spirit serpent movement technique, which hadn't broken through for a long time, had finally stepped into the perfection stage within this month's time. Presently, the 3 high-grade profound rank martial skills he possessed could be considered to have stepped into the perfection stage one after another. Whoosh! In the front courtyard, Duan Lingtian's body was like a spirit serpent as he directly flashed out, as if transforming into a violet bolt of lightning. Above him, 12 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. In terms of strength, the current him was already comparable to a 9th-level core formation martial artist. If he were to use the Grade 8 spirit weapon, Violet Myrtle Flexible Sword, he was confident that there were very few people below the origin core stage that could withstand a single strike of his sword. During this month, Kerr smoothly stepped into the 6th level of the core formation stage. Compared to a month ago, the quiet courtyard house had a bit more life. Jingru found 3 servant girls and 2 chefs. Everything in the courtyard house was on the right track, allowing Duan Lingtian's family to cultivate in peace. "How's the situation outside?" Duan Lingtian asked Xiong Quan, who had just returned from outside. Xiong Quan said respectfully, "Master, although the Duan clan's 2nd master and 5th prince's men are still searching for your whereabouts, they aren't as frequent as before. They don't know your background and have no way of finding you. However, according to what I know, no matter if it's the daughter of the Fair Sun County's county governor or the nephew of the Duan clan's 2nd master, Duan Rong, they seem to be Paladin Academy students of the same year as you. There are only 2 months left until the end of registration and the start of school at Paladin Academy. Master, if you go to Paladin Academy, they'll probably recognize you at the first possible moment. At that time, the Duan clan's 2nd master and 5th prince will have their eyes on you as well." Xiong Quan spoke of his concerns. No matter if it was the Duan clan's 2nd master or the 5th prince, they both had numerous experts under them. Xiong Quan knew his own limitations. With his current strength, it was difficult to deal with them. "They're Paladin Academy students as well?" Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. After pondering for a moment, he nodded. "I understand. I'll think of a way to deal with this matter. In the future, you continue to pay attention to the situation around the courtyard house. I don't wish for the Duan clan's 2nd master and 5th prince's men to find this place in a short period of time." "Yes, master," Xiong Quan respectfully replied. He unconditionally obeyed Duan Lingtian's orders. "Also, don't call me master in the future. Call me young master like Jingru and the others." Duan Lingtian looked at Xiong Quan and slowly said, "Yes, young master." Xiong Quan replied once more before leaving. Duan clan's 2nd master, 5th prince. Duan Lingtian extended his hand to rub his temples. If he were to face the 2 of them now, it would undoubtedly be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot and overestimating his own ability. "My spiritual force is still slightly lacking. I can only wait for a while longer." Duan Lingtian took a deep breath as a cold light raged within his eyes. According to the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, spiritual force was impossible to cultivate, and could only rely on the advancement of one's cultivation to allow it to unceasingly grow stronger. Duan Lingtian had a feeling that as long as he broke through to the 5th level of the core formation stage, his spiritual force should be able to smoothly complete its final transformation. At that time, with his spiritual force that was comparable to a nascent soul martial artist, it would be sufficient to inscribe a powerful inscription that could annihilate a nascent soul martial artist. However, the higher the grade of the inscription, the more precious the materials required. Just one inscription that can annihilate a nascent soul martial artist requires materials that are worth a few million silver. Duan Lingtian realized that he had to think of a way to earn money. "Xiaolu, do you have rouge and face powder?" Duan Lingtian looked at the nearby servant girl and asked. This servant girl was called Xiaolu, and she was found by Jingru. She was quite clever. "Yes." Xiaolu hurriedly nodded. "Go get it for me," Duan Lingtian said. Although Xiaolu was curious as to why Duan Lingtian wanted rouge and face powder, she still took it out and gave it to Duan Lingtian. When she saw that Duan Lingtian had used rouge and face powder on himself, she was stunned. Did the young master's handsome face that could be broken with a snap of his fingers and caused even women to be jealous of it still need makeup? In next to no time she was completely dumbstruck. "How is it? Do you still recognize me?" Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. At this moment it was as if he had completely changed his face, and it was precisely the effect of using rouge and face powder to create a disguise. "Young master, you're too awesome. This is too godly." Xiao Lu looked at Duan Lingtian with a face of adoration. If she didn't see it with her own eyes, it would be difficult for her to believe that everything before her eyes was real. Only from the outside, it was impossible to discern that Duan Lingtian had put on makeup. Xiao Chui, why are you so surprised? You? Who are you? Why are you wearing my family's bad guy's clothes? Unknowingly, Li Fei also came out. When she saw Duan Lingtian in disguise, her expression changed and she scolded. Little girl, your family's bad guy has been killed by me. From now on this house is mine. And you are also mine. Duan Lingtian glared at Li Fei and said fiercely, bad guy. Just now, Li Fei was also confused because of her concern. After a moment, she reacted and recognized Duan Lingtian. You? This? How did you do it? Duan Lingtian was not surprised that Li Fei could recognize him. Chapter 140. You can ask little Chui, I have something to do so I'm going out. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. Even though he had a different face now, his smile was very natural and not abrupt in the slightest. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and put Little Black into his sleeve before walking out of the courtyard house. After leaving the courtyard house, Duan Lingtian found a passerby and asked about the location of the Alchemist Guild in the inner city before walking over in large strides. The inner city wasn't large, but it wasn't small either. Duan Lingtian shuttled through the stream of people and spent half an hour to arrive at the Alchemist Guild. Compared to the Aurora City's Alchemist Guild, the Imperial City's Alchemist Guild was instead grand and ancient in style. This ought to be the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Alchemist Guild's headquarters, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Within the Alchemist Guild's hall, there was an endless stream of people entering and exiting. Most of these people were here to issue assignments. There was also a small portion of them that wore the badge of the Alchemist Guild on their chests. They were obviously alchemists and most of them were grade 9 alchemists. Grade 9 alchemists that are rarely seen in Fresh Breeze Town and even Aurora City can be seen everywhere here. Duan Lingtian sighed with emotion in his heart. At the same time, he took out his grade 9 alchemist badge and wore it on his chest before walking in large strides. Instantly, the people entering and exiting the Alchemist Guild's entrance all stopped their footsteps, and their gazes all descended onto Duan Lingtian, grade 9 alchemist. This wasn't the main point. The main point was that this violet-clothed youth looked to be only around the age of 18. An 18-year-old grade 9 alchemist? Everyone was shocked. Even though Duan Lingtian had changed his face through disguise, this face still belonged to a youth, and he looked at most around the age of 18. Duan Lingtian ignored the gazes of these people, and directly walked into the Alchemist Guild's hall before walking towards the counter. At this moment the people at the door finally moved. An 18-year-old youth, grade 9 alchemist? Is this true? You believe this? Do you think that if an 18-year-old grade 9 alchemist appeared in our Crimson Sky Kingdom and passed the verification of the Alchemist Guild, would we not know? That's right. The badge he's wearing should belong to his family's elder. Think so too. Most people didn't think that Duan Lingtian was a real grade 9 alchemist. If Duan Lingtian knew what they were thinking, he would definitely laugh in disdain, thinking that they were making too much of a fuss over nothing. According to the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara, 18-year-old alchemists were innumerable in the outer realm. Duan Lingtian walked to an empty counter. Just as he was about to approach the counter, a young man in blue rushed in front of him and stood in front of the counter. Duan Lingtian's face darkened. The young man didn't look for the Alchemist Guild staff behind the counter to issue and accept missions. Instead, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of ridicule at the corner of his mouth. The young man was around the age of 20, and arrogance was emitted from between his brows. Kid, the Alchemist Guild has a rule that only alchemists have the qualifications to wear the Alchemist Guild's badge. If someone were to casually give the badge issued by the Alchemist Guild to another person to wear, it would be considered as disrespecting the Alchemist Guild. The young man looked at Duan Lingtian with a spurious smile. Your family's elder is really courageous, actually daring to give the Alchemist Guild's badge to a little kid like you to play with. Looks like he doesn't take the Alchemist Guild seriously. Duan Lingtian originally thought it was strange that this person actually didn't want to go to the counter, but instead wanted to stop him. Now that he heard what the young man said, He came to a sudden understanding and knew the reason the young man stopped him. Little kid? Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed and a wisp of ridicule appeared on the corners of his mouth as he lightly smiled. How do you know this isn't my own alchemist's badge? Or perhaps you're ignorant and feel that it's absolutely impossible for someone my age to be a grade 9 alchemist. Right at this moment, many people in the alchemist hall surrounded them. It was human nature to watch a show. Isn't this the Xiao clan's alchemy genius, Xiao He? Exactly, it's Xiao He. Supposedly, this Xiao He became a grade 9 alchemist when he just turned 20, and he's publicly acknowledged as the most genius alchemist in the younger generation of our Crimson Sky Kingdom. The Xiao clan is really lucky to have produced such a genius alchemist. With Xiao He's natural talent, it wouldn't be difficult for him to become a grade 7 alchemist in the future. This youth is a grade 9 alchemist as well? Oh my god, he looks to be only 18. Didn't you hear what Xiao He said earlier? This youth probably took the grade 9 alchemist badge from his elder, and intentionally showed it off here. This youth's elder is really outrageous. The surrounding crowd of spectators discussed animatedly. No one felt that Duan Lingtian was really a grade 9 alchemist. After all, Duan Lingtian's age was truly too young. Moreover, in the history of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, there had never been an 18-year-old grade 9 alchemist. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. Xiao He, a 20-year-old grade 9 alchemist? Such natural talent could indeed be considered as a genius alchemist within the Crimson Sky Kingdom. But wasn't he a bit too arrogant? I'm young and ignorant? Xiao He raised his head and mocked, kid. I, Xiao He, registered as a grade 9 alchemist in the Alchemist Guild when I was 20 years old last year, and was publicly acknowledged as the most genius alchemist in the younger generation of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. This was also personally acknowledged by the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Alchemist Guild's Guild Master. If you were really a grade 9 alchemist, how could I not have heard of it? So you must be a fake. Sometimes confidence is a good thing, but you shouldn't use confidence as the basis for your arrogance. In this world, there are some people who might not be as famous as you, but their natural talent isn't inferior to yours. Therefore, this little brat is here to give you a piece of advice. As a person, you should keep a low profile. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled as he slowly said, if you don't have anything else, please move aside. My time is very precious. Duan Lingtian's words caused the surrounding crowd to have strange expressions. This little fellow is actually teaching Xiao He a lesson? Kid, you seem to think too highly of yourself. Xiao He's face sank, and his voice became colder. Xiao He, what happened? Right at this moment, an imposing middle-aged man walked out from the rear hall of the Alchemist Guild, and when he saw the group of people gathered together, he walked forward. Vice Guild Master. Instantly, the surrounding crowd respectfully greeted the middle-aged man. Xiao He was no exception. This middle-aged man was precisely the Vice Guild Master of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Alchemist Guild's Guild Master, Yi Luan. Vice Guild Master. This person is wearing someone else's alchemist crest and swaggering through the streets, damaging the reputation of the Alchemist Guild. I suggest that the Alchemist Guild investigate the true owner of this alchemist crest and mete out punishment. Xiao He pointed at the alchemist crest on Duan Lingtian's chest as he spoke righteously. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised when he saw the middle-aged man. Through the experience of Samsara Emperor Wu, he was able to discern that this middle-aged man around the age of 50 was actually a grade 7 alchemist. As expected of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Alchemist Guild's main guild's Vice Guild Master. Oh, Yi Luan curiously sized up Duan Lingtian when he heard what Xiao He said, then asked indifferently, kid, who gave you this alchemist crest? Duan Lingtian laughed. What? The dignified Vice Guild Master of the Alchemist Guild's main guild speaks without thinking before knowing the truth of the matter? Yi Luan frowned. Presumptuous. Xiao He's face sank as he shouted at Duan Lingtian. Kid, you still dare to deny it in front of the Vice Guild Master? Yi Luan raised his hand to stop Xiao He, then glanced at Duan Lingtian with interest. Kid, could it be that this is your own alchemist crest? Is it very strange? Duan Lingtian shrugged with a disapproving expression. It's not strange, but you look to be around the age of 18. Are you sure that this grade 9 Alchemist Guild Master's crest was obtained by you through the certification of our Alchemist Guild? Yi Luan's eyes lit up as they descended onto Duan Lingtian's face, as if wanting to discern something. But unfortunately, he was bound to be disappointed. Duan Lingtian's expression didn't change in the slightest from the beginning until the end. Kid, if you can't prove that you're really the owner of this grade 9 Alchemist Guild Master's crest, then our Alchemist Guild has the authority to take back this crest. Yiluan added. Actually, Yiluan didn't believe that this alchemist crest belonged to the youth before him. He could confirm that the youth's Alchemist Guild crest was indeed issued by the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Alchemist Guild, because it had the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Alchemist Guild's main guild special symbol on it. If an 18-year-old grade 9 alchemist appeared in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, then even if it was certified in a remote little city, the Alchemist Guild in the little city would report it to their main guild at the first possible moment. So, as far as he was concerned, the possibility of this crest belonging to this youth was practically non-existent. How could Yiluan have thought of this? When Duan Lingtian had verified his identity as a grade 9 alchemist in the Aurora City's Alchemist Guild at the age of 16, Suemo, as the guild master, had indeed thought of reporting this matter to the Alchemist Guild's main guild. But Duan Lingtian's careless words made Suemo believe it to be true. He really thought that Duan Lingtian's mysterious teacher didn't want anyone to disturb Duan Lingtian's growth. So he concealed this matter and didn't report it. This also caused the main guild to be completely unaware of the existence of Duan Lingtian, this genius alchemist. Otherwise, the person that was publicly acknowledged as the most genius alchemist in the younger generation of the Crimson Sky Kingdom wouldn't be Xiao He, but Duan Lingtian. Although a 20-year-old grade 9 alchemist was rare in the history of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, it wasn't rare either. Chapter 141. Kid, did you hear what the Vice Guild Master said? If you can't prove your identity as a grade 9 alchemist, the Alchemist Guild will take back the alchemist badge you're wearing. Xiao He looked at Duan Lingtian with eyes filled with ridicule. What a joke. No matter what, he wouldn't believe that such a little kid would be a grade 9 alchemist. Numerous gazes descended onto Duan Lingtian. Even more people were waiting to see Duan Lingtian make a fool of himself. None of you believe that I'm a grade 9 alchemist? Duan Lingtian glanced at the surroundings and asked indifferently. Although no one replied, the questioning gazes of everyone explained everything. You're called Xiao He, right? Duan Lingtian looked at Xiao He, and a trace of a crafty light flashed within his eyes, but Xiao He didn't notice it. Yes, I'm Xiao He. Xiao He raised his head and was incomparably arrogant, completely not taking Duan Lingtian seriously. If I make a bet with you, do you dare? Duan Lingtian asked. Humph. I'm not interested in making a bet with you. Xiao He sneered. Although he didn't know what chance she had up his sleeve, since he was able to become a grade 9 alchemist at the age of 20, he naturally wouldn't be an idiot. Haha. A 20-year-old grade 9 alchemist, the most talented alchemist in the younger generation of the Crimson Sky Kingdom? You don't deserve your reputation. Duan Lingtian chuckled with a carefree expression, but anyone was able to discern that Duan Lingtian was ridiculing Xiao He for being a coward. Kid, don't change the topic. Didn't you hear what the Vice Guild Master said? If you can't prove that you're an alchemist, then you must hand over your alchemist badge. Xiao He looked at Duan Lingtian with an expression that seemed to say, stop pretending. I've seen through you since long ago. When did I change the topic? The bet I made with you was because I agreed to the Vice Guild Master's request. What I want to bet with you is that if I can prove that I'm a grade 9 alchemist, then you'll lose 5 million silver to me. On the other hand, now that I have no proof, I will also lose 5 million taels of silver to you. Do you dare? Duan Lingtian looked at Xiao He calmly. 5 million silver taels? Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's bet was like a stone that stirred up thousands of ripples. The crowd was in an uproar. Even the Vice Guild Master of the Alchemist Guild, Yiluan, looked at Duan Lingtian with interest. Could he really be a 9th grade alchemist? But if he was really a grade 9 alchemist and had passed the certification to obtain the Alchemist Guild's badge, then why didn't the Alchemist Guild he registered himself with report this matter to the headquarters? There were too many doubts in Yiluan's heart. 5 million silver taels? Xiao He was stunned. 5 million taels of silver was nothing in his eyes. If he wanted it, the Xiao clan would definitely satisfy him. After all, he was a genius alchemist that was heavily fostered by the Xiao clan, and he would sooner or later become an existence that would become a grade 7 alchemist. However, he had only become a grade 9 alchemist for a little over a year, and even if he refined pills normally, he would accept assignments from the Alchemist Guild to earn points from the Alchemist Guild. Now, he only had the 3 million plus silver that his clan gave him. What? You don't dare? Duan Lingtian looked at Xiao He and laughed. So, you think I should be a grade 9 alchemist as well? Now, shouldn't you take back your words of questioning me and admit that I'm a grade 9 alchemist? At the same time, you have to admit that I'm an even more genius alchemist than you. You're the most genius alchemist in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's younger generation, but you only have an undeserved reputation. Since the moment Xiao He appeared, Duan Lingtian was able to discern what kind of person he was. Xiao He was arrogant and looked down on everyone. And now, it was precisely because of this that he was forcing Xiao He to accept his bet under the gazes of everyone present. He believed that with Xiao He's arrogant personality, he would absolutely not admit that he didn't dare. Haha. What bullshit genius alchemist, you're only a coward. Duan Lingtian continued to add fuel to the fire, destroying the last line of defense in Xiao He's heart. Yiluan glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. Could it be that this violet-clothed youth was really confident? Okay, I promise you. However, can you take out 5 million taels of silver? Xiao He finally agreed and looked at Duan Lingtian with a face full of ridicule. As far as he was concerned, this youth's words earlier were surely to intentionally embarrass him now. He would expose Xiao He's lies. 5 million taels of silver, can you take it out? For a moment, the gazes of the surrounding crowd all descended onto Duan Lingtian. They were also shocked by the bet that Duan Lingtian spoke of earlier. 5 million silver wasn't something that anyone could casually take out. Even if it was a grade 9 alchemist, wanting to earn so much silver would at least require tens of years of time. Are you sure you agree? When Duan Lingtian heard Xiao He's words, he wasn't in a hurry to take out the silver notes. He wanted to let Xiao He completely fall into his trap. This way, Xiao He wouldn't be able to go back on his words. What, you're scared? Seeing Duan Lingtian acting like this, Xiao He naturally thought that Duan Lingtian was feeling guilty. He laughed out loud and looked at the surroundings before looking at Yiluan. Vice President, today, you and everyone here will be the witnesses. I, Xiao He, will make a bet with this ignorant kid. If he can prove that he is a grade 9 alchemist, I will lose to him 5 million silver. If he can't prove that he is a grade 9 alchemist, he will also lose to me 5 million silver. Of course, the prerequisite for this bet is that he can take out 5 million silver. As he finished speaking, Xiao He added another sentence. The meaning was that if Duan Lingtian couldn't take out so much silver, then the bet was meaningless. As far as he was concerned, doing this was enough to expose Duan Lingtian's scheme. Of course I can take out the silver, but I'm afraid you can't. When Duan Lingtian heard Xiao He's words, he lightly smiled. I can't take it out? Kid, I'm a genius alchemist that the Xiao clan is heavily nurturing. 5 million silver is only a matter of a word from me. I understand now this is just an excuse. Because you can't take out 5 million silver, you deliberately said this, right? The expression on Xiao He's face became even more serious. The last trace of worry in his heart vanished without a trace. He firmly believed that Duan Lingtian couldn't take out so much silver, and that all of this was done intentionally by Duan Lingtian. The goal was to make him not dare to accept the bet and make him lose face and be embarrassed in front of everyone. What, you've been exposed by me? You have nothing to say? Seeing that Duan Lingtian seemed to be slightly hesitant, Xiao He sneered. If you don't have so much silver, then don't puff yourself up at your own cost. If you're sensible, then don't speak any more nonsense and quickly hand over the crest you're wearing. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he indifferently said, as long as you can take out 5 million silver and hand it over to this vice guild master as the bet for safekeeping, I'll naturally take out my 5 million silver and hand it over to the vice guild master as well. But unfortunately, you probably can't take out so much silver. The smile on the corners of Xiao He's mouth completely froze, and he said in a low voice, Kid, are you done yet? Fine, I'll hand over 5 million silver to the vice guild master right now. Vice guild master, I have 3 million silver in my hand, and I'll borrow the other 2 million silver from you first. Is that all right? With a raise of his hand, a large stack of silver appeared out of thin air, and he passed it over to Yiluan. As the genius alchemist of the Xiao clan, Xiao He was the only person in the younger generation of the Xiao clan that possessed a spatial ring. Yi Luan's brows slightly twitched, but he didn't say anything in the end. He received the silver from Xiao He and nodded. Kit, do you see this? This is my bet, where's yours? Xiao He looked at Duan Lingtian with his head held high as he sneered repeatedly. He was waiting to see Duan Lingtian make a fool of himself. Laughable. You still say you're a disciple of the Xiao clan, but you still have to borrow from others to gather a mere 5 million silver. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh. Cut the crap, where's your bet? Xiao He's face sank, and a desire to kill Duan Lingtian suddenly arose within his heart. This kid is too difficult to deal with. Look carefully, this is my bet. Although I'm a nobody, I don't need to borrow from others for a mere 5 million silver. Duan Lingtian intentionally extended his hand into his bosom, and took out all the silver from his spatial ring. Then he passed it over to Xiao He. Vice Guildmaster, this is my bet. Please help me count it. Yiluan's expression froze as he received Duan Lingtian's silver. After counting it for a while, he nodded. Not bad, it's precisely 5 million silver. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Luan's gaze was incomparably complicated. He faintly realized that all this was a trap set by the violet-clothed youth, and he was just waiting for Xiao He to fall into it. He'd used Xiao He's pride. This violet-clothed youth was too terrifying. He'd completely used Xiao He's weakness. Although he could almost confirm now that this violet-clothed youth ought to be a fish that slipped through the net of the Alchemist Guild's main guild, and ought to indeed be a grade 9 alchemist, but he still slightly anticipated the scene of the youth proving himself. F***K. It's really 5 million silver. Who's this youth? Even Xiao He was unable to produce 5 million silver in a short amount of time, and had to borrow from the Vice Guild Master. But he withdrew 5 million silver with a wave of his hand. It's truly unbelievable. Since he's able to produce so many silver and took the initiative to make this bet, could it be that he's really a grade 9 alchemist? Things have already come to this. Do you think it's possible for him to be so kind as to give money to Xiao He? If he's really a grade 9 alchemist, then it's too unbelievable. An 18-year-old grade 9 alchemist is absolutely a first in our Crimson Sky Kingdom. Looks like we're fortunate enough to witness that sacred moment with our own 2 eyes. The surrounding crowd of spectators grew larger and larger, and so long as it was someone who entered the Alchemist Guild, they would all gather around. Some people who didn't know the ins and outs of the matter from the people around them, and they looked at Duan Lingtian and Xiao He with interest, waiting for the most critical moment to arrive. These 2 people. One was the famous genius alchemist of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Chapter 142. No. It can't be. How could he possibly produce 5 million silver? Xiao He's expression was extremely unsightly as he looked at the stack of silver in Yi Luan's hand. He was unwilling to believe that all this was real. Now, he realized that he had fallen into the violet-clothed youth's trap. But, in the depths of his heart, he was still unwilling to believe that this youth was a grade 9 alchemist. Of course, he was even more unwilling. Only he himself knew how much effort he had put in to become a grade 9 alchemist at the age of 20. He was unwilling to believe that there was someone in the younger generation of the Crimson Sky Kingdom that had a natural talent in alchemy that surpassed him. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. He naturally noticed Xiao He's expression, but he didn't feel the slightest bit of pity in his heart. Today, if it wasn't for Xiao He looking for trouble, he would have already accepted an assignment and gone to earn money. When completing an assignment of the Alchemist Guild, one could choose between a reward of points or a reward of gold and silver. Duan Lingtian had come here precisely to accept an assignment and earn money. As for the Alchemist Guild points, when he was still in Aurora City, he'd swindled 5,000 points from Suemo, and it was temporarily enough. Since Xiao He took the initiative to look for trouble, then he would have to pay the price. 5 million silver was the price that Xiao He had to pay. Actually, even Duan Lingtian never imagined that he would actually encounter such a pleasant surprise after coming to the Alchemist Guild's headquarters. It had completely exceeded his expectations. 5 million silver was obtained without the slightest effort. He wished for nothing more than to encounter such a good thing a few more times. When he saw the gazes of everyone present descending onto him, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth held a smile as he raised his hand with his palm facing up. Hiss! A strand of milky white pill fire instantly emerged from Duan Lingtian's hand and slowly flickered. Silence. At this moment, the entire Alchemist Guild's hall was deathly silent. Everyone's gazes descended onto the pill fire in Duan Lingtian's hand, and they were unable to recover from their shock for a long time. Grade 9 pill fire. If it was only a grade 9 pill fire, it wouldn't be enough to shock them. However, a grade 9 pill fire appearing in the hands of an 18-year-old youth was sufficient to cause them to be shocked to the point of being unable to sleep for a few days. An 18-year-old 9th grade alchemist? What kind of monster was this? Yiluan was the first to react. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Duan Lingtian. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He never imagined that such an outstanding alchemist would actually appear in their Crimson Sky Kingdom. This was a true genius alchemist. Xiaohe simply couldn't compare to him. Immediately after, everyone present reacted. For a moment, the entire Alchemist Association's main hall was filled with the sound of people sucking in cold breaths. It rose and fell continuously for a long time. An 18-year-old level 9 alchemist. I wonder which family he comes from. Yeah, such a genius alchemist is simply a first in our Crimson Sky Kingdom. Even our Alchemist Guild's guild master, an existence from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, supposedly only became a grade 9 alchemist when he was almost 20 years old. If that's the case, then this young man's talent is even more monstrous than the president's. His future accomplishments might even surpass the president's? The president is the one and only grade 6 alchemist in our Crimson Sky Kingdom. If this kid surpasses him, then wouldn't he have a chance to become a grade 5 alchemist? Monster. A monstrous genius. Shay. The surrounding crowd of spectators weren't stingy in the slightest as they praised Duan Lingtian. Some people's gazes descended onto Xiaohe, and they couldn't help but shake their heads. They understood. Xiaohe, the publicly acknowledged most genius alchemist in the younger generation of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. At the instant the violet-clothed youth condensed a grade 9 pill fire, the genius halo above his head had already become a thing of the past, completely becoming history. This violet-clothed youth was the true genius alchemist in the younger generation of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Compared to him, Xiaohe couldn't even compare to trash. Xiaohe's body was trembling. Now that he'd recovered from his shock, he quickly noticed the numerous gazes of pity that were looking at him at this moment. He only felt his heart trembling. 1 year ago, he became a grade 9 alchemist at the age of 20. How awe-inspiring was that? But now he'd been surpassed by a youth, and even lost 500 silver to the youth. All of this caused him to be unable to show his face. As far as he was concerned, the gazes of the surrounding people seemed to be mocking and ridiculing him. Vice Guild Master, I'll get someone to deliver the 200 silver to you later. Xiaohe's voice was hoarse and low as he coldly swept Duan Lingtian with his gaze. After deeply memorizing Duan Lingtian's appearance, he left the Alchemist Guild and only left behind these words. If Xiaohe knew that Duan Lingtian's current appearance was only the effect of a disguise, it was unknown what expression he would have. Everyone present understood that it probably wouldn't be long before today's matter would spread throughout the entire Imperial City. At that time, Xiaohe would really lose face. Kid, here's your 1,000 silver. Yiluan privately withdrew another 2 million silver, and combined it with the 8 million silver in his possession before passing it to Duan Lingtian. Thank you, Vice Guild Master. Duan Lingtian put away the 10 million silver and lightly smiled to Yiluan. At this moment, Duan Lingtian noticed that there were a few greedy gazes within the surrounding crowd that were descending onto him. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a sneer. Were they eyeing his money? Kid, how about we go inside and have a chat? Yiluan looked at Duan Lingtian and lightly smiled as he issued an invitation. Duan Lingtian nodded and left the Alchemist Guild's main hall with Yiluan and entered the rear hall. Kid, what's your name? Yiluan asked Duan Lingtian. Lingtian. Duan Lingtian didn't speak his full name, as this name was precisely his name from his previous life. Lingtian? Surnamed Ling, given name Tian. What a good name. Yiluan praised, and his eyes were suffused with a sheen. Kid, are you interested in joining our Alchemist Guild? As long as you're willing to join. The Alchemist Guild will foster you with all its might. In the future, you'll even have the chance to go to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Alchemist Guild and experience an even vaster world. As far as Yi Luan was concerned, this was an extremely great temptation, and the youth before him ought to not refuse. However, sorry, Vice Guild Master, I have no intention of joining the Alchemist Guild. Duan Lingtian lightly shook his head. That's too bad. Yi Luan was stunned for a moment before returning to his senses, and he didn't insist. He was able to discern that although the youth before him was young, his eyes emitted wisdom, and he was absolutely not the type of person that would change his mind. Vice Guild Master, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first, Duan Lingtian said to Yi Luan before leaving the rear hall. A young man behind a counter in the main hall took a deep breath when he saw Duan Lingtian arrive at his counter, and he didn't dare be negligent in the slightest. May I ask if you want to issue an assignment or accept an assignment? Accept an assignment. Let me take a look at the assignment dossiers here. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he spoke. The young man never imagined that Duan Lingtian would be so amiable, and he was slightly overwhelmed by the unexpected favor. He hurriedly passed the assignment dossiers over to Duan Lingtian. Thank you. Duan Lingtian smiled to the young man, then started flipping through the assignment dossiers. Most of these assignment dossiers were assignments to refine grade 8 medicinal pills. Although there were quite a few assignments to refine grade 9 medicinal pills, the rewards were extremely low. Duan Lingtian wasn't interested in the slightest. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian flipped to the first page of the assignment dossiers. This was an assignment that was issued 3 years ago. Assignment issuer Swift Cavalry Grand General, Divine Might Marquis Nyeyuan. Assignment content, detoxify the Senior Marquis of the Divine Might Marquis estate. The Senior Marquis was poisoned by the Void Stage Demon Beast, Dark Nether Mink. Demon beasts were a type of formidable beast that stood above ferocious beasts. Just like how ferocious beasts stood above wild beasts. If it was said that wild beasts that had developed origin energy could be considered to have transformed into ferocious beasts, then a ferocious beast that had overcome the 6-9 heavenly tribulation and broken through from the 9th level of the nascent soul stage to the void stage could be considered to have transformed into a demon beast. Dark Nether Minks normally wouldn't take the initiative to attack humans. Looks like the Senior Marquis probably took the initiative to offend the Dark Nether Mink, and was bitten back in the end. Through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian had a certain level of understanding towards the Dark Nether Mink. The reward for this assignment, Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the last page of the dossiers. Assignment reward, able to satisfy all the conditions of the person that completes the assignment within the Divine Might Marquis estate's ability. This generation's Divine Might Marquis seems to be that Swift Cavalry Grand General. I wonder what his status is within the Imperial City. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and he asked the young man behind the counter. May I ask who this Divine Might Marquis, Swift Cavalry Grand General Nyeyuan is? Unexpectedly, the young man was filled with deep veneration when he heard Duan Lingtian. Divine Might Marquis Nyeyuan is a figure like the god of war of our Crimson Sky Kingdom. He and His Majesty, the Emperor, each hold half of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's military authority. As for the Divine Might Marquis estate, its status within the Crimson Sky Kingdom isn't inferior to a great clan like the Shao clan. Besides that, I heard that the Divine Might Marquis himself is a void stage expert whose strength isn't inferior to the county governors of the 18 counties of our Crimson Sky Kingdom. The young man slowly spoke. Duan Lingtian was shocked. He originally thought that the Divine Might Marquis estate was only an ordinary general's estate, but he never imagined that it had such a great background. Right, if I were to compare the Shao clan with the Duan clan, how would they fare? Duan Lingtian asked. In the Imperial City, the Duan clan is a great clan that is equally famous as the Shao clan. The young man lightly smiled as he spoke. Thank you. Duan Lingtian nodded as he closed the assignment file and passed it back to the young man. What? You didn't find a suitable assignment? The young man asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he bid his farewells before turning around and leaving. The young man couldn't help but sigh as he gazed at Duan Lingtian's disappearing figure from afar. This is true poise, neither arrogant nor rash. Unlike the Shao clan Shao He. Compared to him, Xiaohe's natural talent in alchemy can only be considered ordinary, and instead likes to put on airs. Chapter 143. Where's that kid? The three middle-aged men followed the violet-clothed youth all the way into a remote alley. They originally thought that they were about to succeed, but they noticed that the violet-clothed youth had suddenly vanished without a trace at the fork in the road ahead. Split up and search. The green-clothed middle-aged man spoke in a low voice, and his eyes flickered with an extremely greedy sheen. Just when the three of them were prepared to split up and enter the fork in the road ahead. There's no need to search. A lazy voice sounded out from ahead, causing them to shudder as if they were jolted awake from a dream. Subsequently, they saw a violet-clothed youth walk out from one of the fork in the road. Wasn't he their target? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the three of them. He'd noticed these three people when he was in the Alchemist Guild's hall. At that time, when he put away the 10 million silver, the eyes of these three people emitted a sheen of greed and bloodthirst. Obviously, they had covetous thoughts and were eyeing the silver in his hand. As expected, after he left, he noticed that he had three more tails. Whoosh! 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 The three middle-aged men flashed out and surrounded Duan Lingtian tightly, as if they were deeply afraid that he would run away again. They didn't think that if Duan Lingtian wanted to run, would he still come out at this moment? However, they'd obviously been blinded by greed now. In their hearts there was only the 10 million silver. Kid, take out the 10 million silver, and maybe we brothers will leave you with an intact corpse. One of the middle-aged men licked his dry lips, and his eyes emitted greed as he spoke in a low voice. An 18-year-old grade 9 alchemist. Being able to kill such an alchemy genius in my lifetime can be considered as having accumulated good karma from my ancestors. The other middle-aged man's eyes shone, as if Duan Lingtian was already a dead man. If I give you the 10 million silver, will you let me go? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he asked abruptly. Kid, I presume your background isn't ordinary since you're able to become a grade 9 alchemist at the age of 18. You've seen the faces of us three brothers, so we won't take the risk. So you don't have the qualifications to talk terms with us. Today you'll die for sure. The cyan-robed middle-aged man in the lead snorted in a low voice as his eyes revealed a murderous intent. Then there's nothing to talk about, is there? Duan Lingtian spread out his hands, shrugged his shoulders and smiled. The middle-aged man frowned. Duan Lingtian was still so calm even now, which made him feel uncertain. He couldn't help but feel a little gloomy, and shouted in a low voice, Kill him, I'm afraid the situation will change. In an instant, the three middle-aged men moved at the same time. Above them, a few tens of ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. And they were obviously three origin core stage martial artists, Little Black. Duan Lingtian's eyes focused as he raised his hand and exclaimed in a low voice. Whoosh! In an instant, a black bolt of lightning shot out from Duan Lingtian's sleeve and circled around Duan Lingtian, bringing with it 3 streaks of bright, demonic blood. Then it fell on Duan Lingtian's hand. It was a black single-horned python. It was flicking its tongue, as if it was asking for credit from Duan Lingtian. Boom! 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 The 3 middle-aged men that were just about to make a move against Duan Lingtian instantly fell down dead. On their chests, there was an additional tiny bloody hole that was ceaselessly gushing out fresh blood. The cyan-robed middle-aged man hadn't died completely at the beginning, and his eyes were wide open as he looked at the violet-clothed youth that was teasing Little Black. He struggled for a while before falling down in despair. Before he died, he only had a single thought. If the heavens gave him a chance to start over, he would absolutely not give away his and his 2 brothers' lives for 10 million silver. But unfortunately it was all too late. You little fellow, you only killed 3 origin core stage martial artists. Is it worthy of you being so complacent? Duan Lingtian rubbed the little head of Little Black, and his eyes were filled with gentleness. Then he put Little Black back into his sleeve. I gave all of you a chance. But unfortunately, all of you didn't properly cherish it. Duan Lingtian glanced at the 3 corpses on the ground, and his eyes squinted as a wisp of an evil smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. When he left, Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the end of the alley ahead. As if he'd noticed something, and he glanced deeply at that place before turning around and leaving. After Duan Lingtian left, a figure slowly walked out from the end of the alley, and his eyes were filled with astonishment. He seems to have noticed me? How could this be possible? Even that fourth-level nascent soul stage fierce beast by his side didn't notice me. Maybe it's my misconception. But I was worried for nothing, as I never imagined that he had such a formidable fierce beast guarding by his side. The middle-aged man muttered to himself. Looking at his appearance, wasn't he precisely the vice-guild master of the Alchemist Guild, Yiluan? 3 years ago, he was poisoned by the dark nether mink. That assignment was issued 3 years ago. If that senior marquis was a martial artist at the void prying stage or above, he might still be struggling at death's door. If he wasn't, he'd probably have died long ago. It's good to go ask. Duan Lingtian left the alley, but didn't return to his courtyard house. Instead, he inquired about the location of the Divine Might Marquis estate, and headed to the Divine Might Marquis estate. The Divine Might Marquis estate was worthy of being an existence that was on par with the imperial cities Duan clan and Shao clan. The entire estate occupied a vast area and had an extraordinary aura, imperceptibly giving one a feeling of being boundlessly vast. At the entrance of the Divine Might Marquis estate, Duan Lingtian was stopped by 4 soldiers in light armor. That Divine Might Marquis is worthy of being a grand general. The people guarding his door are all veterans that have bathed in blood on the battlefield. Duan Lingtian felt a familiar aura from the 4 middle-aged soldiers. It was the bloody aura of slaughter on the battlefield. Who are you? One of the soldiers in light armor glanced at Duan Lingtian and asked in a stern voice. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he slowly said, "Who I am isn't important. I came here to ask all of you something. Is your Divine Might Marquis estate senior marquis still alive?" As far as Duan Lingtian was concerned, so long as the senior marquis was alive, then he would have a chance. He didn't think that someone would be able to cure the senior marquis of the poison within 3 years. How could the poison of the demon beast, dark nether mink, be something that just anyone could cure? Ignorant kid, you actually dare curse our senior marquis. The faces of the 4 soldiers in light armor went pale, and the aura of slaughter on their bodies skyrocketed as they were about to make a move against Duan Lingtian. But Duan Lingtian's following words caused them to stop in their tracks. "I'm here to cure your senior marquis of the poison." Duan Lingtian had a carefree expression as he slowly said. Duan Lingtian's words caused the 4 soldiers to look at each other in dismay. After the 4 of them glanced at each other, one of them turned around and entered the Divine Might Marquis estate. "Wait a moment, our brothers have already gone to inform the Marquis," one of the soldiers in light armor said to Duan Lingtian. Although he felt that the words of this youth weren't very trustworthy, he still didn't dare be negligent. If there was an expert behind this youth, then offending this youth would also mean offending that expert. If that expert could really cure the senior marquis of the poison, but refused because of their rudeness, then the losses would outweigh the gains. Moreover, he also noticed that although this violet-clothed youth's appearance was ordinary, his movements fully revealed the demeanor of an expert. Obviously, he wasn't an ordinary youth. Duan Lingtian's current disguised face was indeed very ordinary, and belonged to the type that couldn't be found in a crowd. After a short while, the soldier that went to inform Duan Lingtian came out and respectfully said to him, "Young master, the Marquis invites you in." Duan Lingtian nodded and followed behind the soldier into the Divine Might Marquis estate. Within the main hall of the Divine Might Marquis estate, a sturdy middle-aged man with a dignified appearance, wearing casual clothes, and a stocky build was currently pacing back and forth. "Father, didn't the soldier say that the person was only a youth? Can he really cure grandfather?" The young man with an imposing appearance was around the age of 25, and his tone was filled with doubt. "Fun, 3 years ago when your grandfather was poisoned, even the Alchemist Guild's guild master, that grade 6 alchemist, was helpless. After that, although our Divine Might Marquis estate made a heavy promise, no one came to our door. Now, if the poison in your grandfather's body continues to drag on, I'm afraid he won't be able to live for more than a year. So no matter what, I have to try. Moreover, how do you know that there isn't an expert behind that youth?" The stocky middle-aged man was precisely the current Divine Might Marquis of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, the Grand General of Cavalry Niyuan. Normally, even when facing the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor, He would never lose his composure like this. Right, there's no harm in trying. If he can really cure grandfather, then I, Nyefun, will surely be deeply grateful. The young man nodded, and his gaze flickered. In his entire life, the person he respected the most was his grandfather, the Divine Might Marquis, whose name once shook the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, and was conferred the title of nobility by the late emperor. It could be said that the Divine Might Marquis estate's glory was single-handedly established by his grandfather. Marquis, I've brought him. The voice of a soldier sounded from outside the audience hall. The Divine Might Marquis Nyeyuan stopped his footsteps when he heard this, and his gaze was like lightning as he looked towards the distance outside the audience hall. Invite him in. Duan Lingtian walked into the audience hall, and saw a stocky middle-aged man with an extraordinary imposing manner with a glance. He ought to be the current Divine Might Marquis, the Grand General of Cavalry Nyan. Didn't they say that he's a void stage expert that's comparable to the 18 county governors? He ought to have yet to experience the 6-9 heavenly tribulation, and is at most in existence at the peak of the 9th level of the nascent soul stage or half-step void stage. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Relying on the experience of the Samsara Emperor Wu, he was able to see through the middle-aged man's cultivation with a glance. Divine Might Marquis. Duan Lingtian slowly walked in and stood not far away from the Divine Might Marquis. He lightly smiled and could be considered to have bowed. Audacious! Right at this moment, an explosive shout sounded out from behind the Divine Might Marquis. Duan Lingtian glanced over. It was a young man with an appearance that was 50% to 60% similar to the Divine Might Marquis. The young man seemed to have transformed into an angry Vajra as he glared angrily at Duan Lingtian Jr. Marquis. I wonder how I'm audacious? Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he guessed the identity of the young man. You actually dare not bow when you see the Divine Might Marquis, the Grand General of Cavalry. If this isn't audacity, then what is? The young man said in a low voice. Junior Marquis, you're wrong. Etiquette depends on the heart. If I have disrespect in my heart, then what's the use even if I bow hypocritically? Could it be that the Junior Marquis likes hypocritical etiquette?